Deep, deep within ourselves, within the treasure house of our souls, are buried tremendous creative powers and abilities, but they remain unused as long as we do not know about them, or as long as we deny them. They are so powerful, so beautiful, wonderful, that we are, and this is the disease of our present age, we are ashamed of them. That's why they remain unused and would remain forever if we would not open the door, go fearlessly into this treasure house and search for them.
There's no label on that, right? It wasn't supposed to be. Yeah. I just loaded Zach. That is so low. Good morning, John.
The essence of our profession is to give, constantly to give. What do we give? First of all, we give our body, our voice, our emotions, feelings, will, imagination, everything. We give to our character. Then, what else? The whole and complete result of this giving, meaning rehearsing and acting when the character is ready, we give it to our spectator.
I was lucky enough to work with Michael Chekhov for the last 5 years of his life. And he gave us many gifts. He awakened our imagination. He guided us into trusting ourselves, our intuition, and into enlarging ourselves so that we went beyond ourselves. We went beyond the image that we had of ourselves, which was indeed a great gift. The demonstration classes that you're going to see will introduce you to the psychophysical techniques that are at the heart of the Michael Chekhov technique. They are all intended to open the door to the emotions, playfully, with ease, and with no torture or pain. We're going to use the text of Three Sisters in some of the classes so that you can see the way we apply the work to characters and to text. You may ask the question, can this technique be incorporated into other techniques? Absolutely. We have all the teachers have done this. We have incorporated the technique, and it can only broaden and deepen the actor's resources, no matter what their training is or what the level of their professionalism is. All of us, all of the teachers have found their own way into the Chekhov work, just as you will find your own way. Chekhov believed that the technique would change, should grow, the dynamics would change, and so we'd like to share the ways that we have found into the Chekhov technique. I'd like to introduce you to our cameramen, Eddie Marritz and Zach Levy, and our sound person, Mark Mandler, and to the teachers, Ragnar Freidank, Leonard Petit, Ted Pugh, and Fern Sloan. And we'd sort of like to share some of our thoughts about the technique.
My relationship to this technique, where the life for me is that this technique or these thoughts of Chekhov can really illumine life, can illumine what is happening between us, and can become a tool, if you wish, to notice what is happening between two people, what is happening in a group of people, which one would call atmosphere, or one could call gesture, or what is even happening in my perception of myself, which could be called, sensation. And so in teaching it, this is the challenge, because a technique, or the promise of that there is such thing as a technique, carries with it the weight to deliver a technique. This is number one, this is number two, this is number three, and at the end we have a technique. And it's going to be $600. But my love is really in this technique, or in what this technique has awakened in me, that I can see things that I hadn't noticed before.
I say to the people that I teach, I'm really not going to teach you anything you don't know already. I'm just going to remind you of these things that you're already involved with all the time. And so a lot of the teaching is to do something and say, do you recognize this? Isn't this something that you go through all the time in relating to other people?
The range of possibilities for me is so vast, and it does come out of life, but they're not things that we are necessarily that conscious of all the time. But he has made us conscious of them and then given us something, a tool to practice it so we can truly develop capacities that are innate but that need exercising.
I mean, some people say, well, I have no imagination. Everybody has an imagination. We couldn't live without an imagination. But it can become an artistic imagination. And since the image is such an important part of this technique, the images that we see and the images that we can create that then change us, so that we are influenced by our own creation. And that, I think, is a great discovery and a great tool. Also, I think it's important to realize that he didn't mean don't ever use your mind. I mean, he talked about the noble intellect rather than the analytical mind. He was a great intellectual, but he realized that was the last thing you go to rather than the first, which I think is very important in terms of rehearsal process.
Yeah, what interests me a lot along these lines is, to think in a way that everything is already there. The technique can be an entranceway in really perceiving life, which is ultimately, I guess, what the artist does. Our relationship to life becomes something that is movable, which seems to me the first condition that can enable creation. Because only when I can create a certain independence in relationship to myself can I start to create. Only when I can enter a relationship to what I'm naturally doing can I influence that relationship, and only then is there creation.
To me, every aspect of the technique, if we call it that, this way of working, is something you are constantly seeking and constantly opening to, where you can allow something to play through you.
And when we find these things, we see that, oh yeah, this is true for me. And I look at you in the training or whatever, and I say, and it looks like it's true for him too. And it is, and it's true for you, and it's true for you, and it's true for you, so that it becomes a kind of universal approach to things, so that it leaves the personal and becomes objective in a way that this is the way life operates, in this very objective way, and it's not just attached to me and my life and my history and my whole upbringing and everything else, but we're all connected in this thing, and so we can really start to create based on some objective way of looking at the world. It's true for all of us. I read somewhere in one of these Chekhov books where he said, don't trust in your talent, trust in your technique, because the technique is about touching the talent. And so if we have a good, strong technique and we trust in that, then we're free. We can do really anything.
I remember he said in class once, If you can't give an inspired performance, give a correct one. The other thing he said that I think is really, and it has to do with what you were saying, is he said, just in terms of the way we use the technique, he said, rules swim in water, which is freedom. So that he didn't mean for us to be rigid. He was giving us the permission to really be as free with the technique as we wanted. He said, I'm giving you six elements, and you may want to use all 6 of them, or you may want to use one, or you may want to use none. He gave us the permission to liberate ourselves from the technique, to use it when it served us.
It's like Grotowski said, that his school was really, I'm not going to be able to quote it exactly, but was not a matter of a system, but rather of removing blocks. And I think done in the right way, that's what this work does. This work can be a training, or it can be something to augment another. I'm very, very grateful for the method training that I had as a young man, because I think what it taught me was to take seriously my work. It taught me work habits, and there was I think, if I may say so, in our generation, there was a certain idealism that came out of the group theater, and
the Moscow Art Theater,
and the Moscow Art Theater, of course, which was the granddaddy of all of that. But there was also an aspect of it that was a little paralyzing, and that was this aspect of truthful. That you to watch yourself, and all of the judges that watch, am I being phony? Am I being truthful? And Chekhov, as a non-American, just threw that to the winds. He just said, forget about that. Everybody who ever saw Chekhov on a stage said that he was the most remarkable actor they ever saw. That when the group theater saw him, they said, oh, well, we hadn't even considered that as a possibility, that you could have that size, that scope, and be as truthful as what they were learning.
And the interesting part with this technique is that it provides a freedom for the actor to work with his own sense of truth, which has to do with who he is as an actor. The technique as such can be a doorway into any question that lives as a theatrical question. To think, which today I would suggest one of the questions could be, why bother? Why have theater? Why have people on a stage and people watch? Why not do videos?
He's forever dreaming about the possibility of the theater of the future, the actor of the future. So I was talking about this kind of thing because there was something, I guess, unsatisfying about the theater for him in those days, or where it was headed. And I mean, here we are, quite a bit in the future from where he was, and so this is exactly that.
I've always felt that he was ahead of his time, many, many years ahead of his time. I don't think the theatrical community was really ready for Chekhov's work when he died. It's taken 50 years now for there to be a real revival of interest and a readiness for this work. So I think it's time. We would like to tell you a little bit about our experiences with Michael Chekhov.
He was terrified of the police, but you have to bear in mind that he had been hunted down by Stalin's armies. He had been a marked man for assassination, and he went from that to Hitler's Germany, and finally to the Blitz of England, and then finally to Louis B. Mayer, so it didn't get any better.
The first night that I went to the class, it was Akim Tamirov's house, and Michael Chekhov came to the door, and I was amazed because on the screen he had such presence that you somehow thought of him as being a large, much larger man, and this very slight, rather delicate man met me at the door and shook my hand and said, "Oh yes, you're Betty's friend." And so that was my introduction, and that night I was absolutely blown away by his lecture, by what he asked us to do. I was so nervous when I first went there, and by the time he finished talking, I couldn't wait to get on my feet and try it.
I remember the atmosphere in the studio, in this garage. And of course it was charged with his personal atmosphere. And it had to do with the fact that it was permissive, that there was no failure. You could feel free to kind of do whatever, to explore and discover and so on. And he was not critical. And I think this was quite different than when he'd been in Dartington. I read some notes of his from Dartington, and he was very hard on the company. He was, they weren't getting it, they didn't know what they were doing, but by the time he got to Hollywood, somehow he had evolved and felt that being supportive was really the best way to encourage people to sort of tap into their own resources.
We would rehearse for a specific thing, and he would always ask us then to fly back over it ourselves and to decide how much we accomplished of what we set out to do. And then if you were doing an exercise or working with him privately, he always said, "Good. Now let's try." Yes. And he would bring you, he had so many ways to try to get you to get what he was talking about or asking you to do.
He would say, "Get up, on your feet, tell me what this character's like." Then he would say, "You see, you have already begun to act the character. You have already begun to tell me who this is." And that's all an actor does, is tell you who this other person is.
I'd bring a script, and he never read it. He always asked me to tell him the story and to tell him who the character was. And he said that by the time I finished, because then I was really involved with telling him about it, I wasn't self-conscious, but always on my feet. It always had to be standing up. And that he would find the whole range of gestures already that I was going to use, although I wasn't aware that I was doing that at all.
The other thing that I found was one of the most exciting things that I got from Chekhov was the work with image, which is used in so many different ways, but the first night that he kind of introduced image, and I realized that I could actually control the image, that I could actually direct it, and that the image was very free and much less inhibited than I was, and yet was within my control, was a great kind of revelation to me.
It would start with something as simple as man in black or woman in green, and taking your image and then really seeing it from head to foot, and then allowing the shoes, for example, to change, asking the shoes, or if you couldn't see the feet, asking the image to show you its shoes, to show you a hat, to show you a position of the body, and then to be able to change that image at will, to say, I want to see you with a different pair of shoes on, and have that change.
One of the most interesting things he ever did with imagery was not about imagery. He was talking about the construction of a role and a play. That he said everything in life beautiful begins with the massa confusa and moves upward. Every blade of grass is reaching upward, and so forth and so on. All art, he said, is reaching upward to air, to sky, to God, whatever it is, but he said it does. And he gave the example of a Gothic cathedral, and he began to talk about a Gothic cathedral. And he became a Gothic cathedral entirely through imagery. And he began saying, okay, you have the Master Confuso, stonework is here, and the flatness of this. And then they began adding these pillar, and arches, and curved arches. And then there would be, as he said, big stained glass windows and small Dostoevsky-like introspective stained glass circular windows, and he went all the way up. And it was not recorded. I don't know who was there, but it was, by the time he finished, we had seen a Gothic cathedral built in this studio before our eyes, entirely with imagery. And he said, I'm sorry, I didn't have a blackboard and some chalk. I usually do, but I had to just, and he apologized for it, but we were absolutely knocked out. It was all imagery.
At first, I know he didn't like film work, but that was before I knew him. But he talked about the fact that he found it very disturbing. And then he knew that he had to do it. So he devised this idea of everything being a little piece of art, and that he would take these little moments and he would feel about it as if this, I get up, I walk to a chair, I sit down. That was a little piece of art. And he often had us do that in class, I don't know whether in the same class, where you would really do the smallest thing, but you would have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and you would say to yourself, that was a little piece of art.
He did one, recently was reviewed in a book, in New York apparently, called The Sexton. And here's the imagination. He played a man who has an adulterous wife, and he murders her. He strangles her. And what Chekhov added to it, a story by his uncle, by the way, he tried to silence her he strangled her with her own braids, her hair braids. And then as she began sobbing and screaming, he stuffed her braids into his mouth to stifle his own sobbing at the death he was committing. So these layers and contradictions that he would bring into a part startled people. Nearly everything you read about Chekhov and his work in Russia just remarks on the fact that very often he combined bizarre comedy with absolute grotesque behavior. Kind of sometimes. His Inspector General was said to be so empty and so vapid and so energetic that he was almost terrifying. That he was kind of this strange, beyond human ambition, anxiety, all this energy, but no purpose inside. And that was his message, not to be cute and make a little comedy, but to frighten people with what it means to be empty and have power.
He was always dressed very elegantly. He wore a suit and tie to class, and frequently had a hat, a fedora, and his shoes were always perfectly shined. He had a cane and a cigarette holder. He used to cut his cigarettes in half because he was trying to stop smoking. We would have a lot of smoking breaks. They smoking.
He was hard of hearing by the time I knew him, certainly, and he hated the hearing aid, but he would try to wear it, and I remember doing a lesson one day, and I was doing something, and all of a sudden he stopped and he said, he took this thing out of his ear and he put it down and he said, those birds, they are driving me crazy.
He'd have the hearing aid, and he'd say other questions, and then people would be, and he'd hold it out, he'd speak it, he'd good, and the answer would be he'd take it out again. And your question, he'd play it like a microphone. He once referred to Stanislavski and Bolislavski and all those other Slavskis, and that was about the way he talked at that point.
He did talk about the use of affective memory, which he felt was often too personal when it was used. And he also differentiated, in a sense, about different styles that were used at the Moscow Art Theater, where he talked about the fact that during Stanislavski's lifetime, Meyerhold was there and worked, and that certainly was not a naturalistic style. He believed in the truth of the artist's imagination, and he said that Stanislavski wanted to be true to life. Meyerhold had a different sense of truth, but equally true, because it was true to the dark side of the human nature, which was what he liked to show, that was his super objective as an artist. And he talked about Tairov, and Tairov always doing things that were superficially beautiful, and yet underneath that was a real profound understanding of life. So he talked about style in that sense as compared to his own. He said that Vakhtangov managed to marry them all, and that's in a sense what Chekhov tried to do often, although he leaned more, as Jack said, towards, it's a hard word in English, this grotesque, because we think of that as being somehow ugly, and that's not the way it came out at all. It was strong, but it had such psychological truth to it that in its peculiar way it became beautiful.
He changed, we're talking today, quite a few terms and ideas toward the end. He gave one series of lecture on the thing is now called The Three Sisters, that has to do with exercises he invented only in the last year of his life. And he...
Why did you define that, just for those who don't know?
And how we got it, where it came from?
What? No.
Okay,
no,
just the three...
what they are.
Yeah, he came up with 3 exercises that you can do for actors of working with the sensation of floating, falling, and balancing. And we find you can play almost any role with that. You can take any part you want to, and begin with those 3 things. We might not end there, but he had, at the time, not given it a name. He called them 3 sensations. I said, well, you already have sensation. He said, I know, I haven't invented a name yet.
He began to be interested in yoga, for example, for the purpose of developing himself further mentally, psychologically, spiritually, but in order to make himself a better actor. And at that point, he found Rudolf Steiner in one of these bookshops that he went to. And then he began to study Rudolf Steiner's work, and Rudolf Steiner's artistic work and eurythmy, which he then integrated and developed further in terms of acting. So he began then to do a real kind of marriage of the Stanislavski and Steiner things, altered and changed by his own genius.
Okay, we'll just start from where you are. Good. You're just listening to yourself, listening to where you are physically, seeing where you're a little tired, where you're a little nervous. You might not be either one of those things, but if you are, don't try to change it. Just simply accept the state that you're in, and then move so that you don't get leaden or turn to clay. And then just stop again, and don't forget to breathe. Don't make an exercise out of it. Don't make a big thing out of it. Just simply notice. Oh, my hand's a little stiffer than I thought. And then just leave it alone and move. What you really want to do is let the shoulder listen to itself. Let the back listen to itself. Let the neck listen to itself. And of course there might be some slight adjustment you make, but don't work at trying to get the kinks out. Now in that listening, beyond the shoulder and the hip and the knees that's always giving you a problem, or the neck, beyond that, through that, is there a tempo that's there? and see if you can find what that tempo is and move in accordance to it. What you want to do is really be truthful with yourself. Not the tempo that you think probably is the right tempo for this hour of the morning, but the tempo that's really there. And then move and see, is that true? Is that right? And then see if you can find it again by stopping. And then just move faster than that tempo. And then move slower than you want to move, so that maybe your whole inner being is screaming. And is there an inner pulse or tempo that matches that? It doesn't mean anything, this slowness. It just means you're working with a tempo. And then just drop it. Let's just concentrate on our feet for a moment. Just acknowledge the floor under your feet. And move the foot into the floor like you're kneading dough or clay. Just for the sake of getting to and through every joint, every place that it moves, so that you really feel the articulation of the foot, how dexterous it is, how articulate it is. And then just walk, really using all of those joints, those bones, those muscles, walk in a way that you wouldn't normally walk, where you're really feeling the floor with all 5 of the toes. This is the way the human being should be, is nice. Full and in their feet, and we have a body. Yeah. And as an actor, the thing I love about this work is that you bring the body with you. You bring the sense of the body with you, and it does nothing but then support those moments which Chekhov talks about, that we have these great ideas, but when we go to incorporate them in the rehearsal or in the performance, we get in our way. Yeah. I mean, something inhibits us physically or emotionally. You know, we live basically above the neckline, mostly. We're just trying to climb back into the body, which is really where we belong. Yeah, basically what we're doing was just getting our instrument ready. We're just waking it up, putting air in the joints. Now bring in the leg. That is, your consciousness goes from the floor, through the feet, up into the leg, to the knees, to the hips, and articulate the legs and the feet and the toes. Whisper with them. And shout. And then just still. Just still. What do they feel like? And now bring in that belly along with the legs and the feet. Right down there. And move. And that quality that you give to that lower half is one of warmth and strength. Strength, strong legs, strong feet, strong toes. Your little toe is strong. Your gut is the furnace that feeds that, and walk with power. More than strength, power. Walk slowly, quickly. Basically, you're just endowing that with something that's really already there, because that's where vitality lives. And then again, just stand for a moment. And again, just listen to that. Listen to this. Listen to your feet. And don't forget to breathe. That's in place, that's there. We found that. Now, put your consciousness around your head. You don't need to bunch up for this. Put your consciousness around and in the head, and the quality you're going to give this area is cool. Cool and clear and sharp. And you look out at the lines and the shadows of all the objects in the room. Everything is sharp, the colors are bright. It's like you wake up the head. And this is here. This is underneath that. And let this carry that sharpness, that clarity, that crystal clarity. Sharp. And you can also sense that that's around the head, not just in the head and through the head, but around the head. Wakefulness, clarity. Now you have 2 notes in the chord. That is what is above and what's below. And now you may begin to feel that the middle needs some attention. And what do you do with that? Just open that. The warmth, this coolness, this clarity, and this is open. This is open. It's open right now, and it's only open. That's all we're working with, is just openness. That's work enough. And free. So that the arms that move out of that middle area are free. There are no joints to staunch the movement. Chekhov suggests that the arm starts there in the middle, not here, but there, so that you have this sense that you have just this extra length and reach with that arm. Okay, from there, we've awakened this and the head and this middle. And now let's just try to integrate those 3 things. Let's say that this gives the entire body this warmth and this strength and this vitality. And try to move the body the way you would your hand. That is, 1 unit of energy. There's not more energy here or here when you move, but spread that energy all over the whole physical form and move. Like you were just making a fist, or like you were opening your hand. Open your hand. one unit of energy, one piece. And try doing something that would require some force. So the vitality that is there, but not the unwanted tension. Now do something gently. Do that same movement gently. The hands don't die. I'll show you what I'm seeing with some of you, and that is dancer hands, which is like this. But really be in that last knuckle, that last, what do we call this? This last section of the finger. So you're really in the hands. Great. Great. Okay, good. Now bring it to stillness for a moment. That doesn't mean that anything stops. You're still right there in your fingertips. You're still down there in the soles of your feet. And now just move. But move the way Dawn moves, the way Jessica moves, the way John moves. Just move as yourself. And keep that sense of fullness to whatever you do. You can sit on the floor, you can rise, you can mime brushing your teeth, you can reach for something. But if you reach for something like a glass, what you want to do is to really sense that the soles of the feet support that. Doesn't mean you want to get gluey and weird. It just means that you just... Chekhov talks about these inner streams that run through us. And that's what we're trying to unblock and free. That something is somehow moving through us. Do something tiny, like scratch your nose. Lenard's favorite gesture. Scratch the back of your head. Or just stretch. And enjoy it. So just for a moment, get there in the feet and the fingertips and the head. Now, with your movement now, if you were to send that movement ahead, you decide what you're going to do. Send the movement ahead and do it.
You know how you said we live a lot above the neckline?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I can feel that what I'm already doing is almost seeing. It's a little more than seeing, but it's a little bit of a visualization, and it's a little bit of seeing where I'm going and then going, which is above the neckline, and I'm wondering how to...
Well, you know, you live in your skin and I live in mine, so I can only tell you what my experience is I don't try to see it, because for me, that would get me in my head. You know, Chekhov talks about we often accomplish the objective before we do it. We come into a room and we go, those chairs don't belong in this room. Now I'm going to have to move those chairs. Something in me is already grabbing them and moving them while I'm talking to you.
Okay.
So that's what this organism does.
It's almost like it's preceding you, and you're trying to catch up to what you really want.
It's a natural movement. It's not that you're trying. Mostly it's unconscious. Oh my God, is that my pencil he's got in his pocket? You son of a gun. I'm not really trying to catch up with myself. That is part of me. That is me too.
Okay.
Okay, so just try it. Yes, that's beautiful. It's absolutely natural and absolutely beautiful. And I think that really is the key to grace. Okay, good. One last thing. Now that you have this full body, put this center in place. And take a little bit of this warmth and put there, a little bit of this clarity and put there, and just open that up. And of course, the picture that Chekhov gives, which isn't a bad picture, is the sun. Chekhov even says several inches deep, a couple of inches deep in the chest. That seems specific enough. Good, and that's what Chekhov calls the ideal center. And you got it.
Chekhov talks about doing the exercises as a musician would do with his scales. And it gives the actor a way to practice. You can take control of your own art. And in that way, it's so empowering to work with this technique.
So Chekhov talks about the four brothers. He says every great work of art has these four qualities in it: ease, form, beauty, and a sense of the whole, that the artist himself has put in it, the creator has put in it. Now, the actor is very interesting, isn't he? Because the actor is the artist, the actor is the instrument. So we have to find out how we find those qualities within ourselves, the ease, form, beauty, and the sense of the whole. So find yourself a place in the room and just easily begin to go through the joints and see how loose, open, juicy, and loose they can be. Don't forget the neck, the shoulders, the small of the back, the knee, the ankle, the toes. There's space in between those joints and fingers. The whole body follows, but it's so easy. And it's very pleasurable as well. And then just skip. Again, you're not floppy, but it's easy. And you can even skip a little quicker. Everything's free, easy. And then just walk. How pleasurable it is, and allow yourself to be easy in front of the camera. How inwardly easy can you be? What's the difference between acting like I'm easy and really being in my foot and my joints and my musculature? So there is true ease. Find yourself a chair. Now, we're never alone on stage. We either have a character, we have a play, we have other actors, we have the audience, we have the whole theater event. This is our partner. And just that easily, just lose the weight of the chair. Now you have to be all the way down in those feet and legs. The lower half has to be supporting you. and really play. To be easy, I think it has to be pleasurable. And there has to be that element of play. Chekhov admonishes us to never toil, never work at it. So it's your partner. You play with each other. It invites you to do something with it. And place the chair on the floor and run quickly to another chair. Quickly. Check yourself out for effort. Too much effort. Just check it out. I'm not saying anyone is doing it. And then just sit. Sit. See if you can experience that there's ease in the toes. Be right down there in the toes and the foot and the ankle. Put your whole consciousness there. Is there ease down there? Do I experience? Have I really begun to permeate this body with that feeling, that sense? And then let it go and stand up very quickly. Sit down and stand. And now just melt into the chair. Melt into the chair. The body can always save you, meaning the wisdom of the body. But maybe we don't know the body has that wisdom, and maybe through working with this, it gets wiser because it gets more sensitive and more attuned. So the way it resonates inside can be more expanded, clearer, cleaner, more precise. Now let's just imagine that this body is a new one. We don't really know it. So just take an arm, find out what kind of forms can you make with one arm. Just that you begin to experience your arm as a form. Your arm, hand, wrist, fingers, elbow, shoulder. And what forms can you create with just one hand? What is the variety, even with a hand? It's open, or a fist, or bent, or one thumb is in and the fingers are out. And then join the other arm in that. So you have two arms creating form. A sense that this body has form and I can create forms with it. Are you still in your feet? Or have you isolated yourself where nothing happens but the arm, even though you're putting your focus on the arms and the hand? Now what happens if you join the rest of the body in that making of forms, but everything is straight? Everything has a straightness to it, but it's the fullness of the body all the way down to the toes. You begin to awaken the fact that this body can be straight. I will also give you the option it can be curved. And see if you can maintain your interest and your fascination, your love of this instrument. Now at some point, again, you go to your partner, the chair, and it has a form, you have a form, and together you will create forms. It's a joint effort. It's a joint creation. The chair becomes a part of your creation. What if you loosened it up a bit and changed your tempo just a bit? So you trusted a bit more that the body can just be form. You can experience form. And at some point, just hand it off to someone else and be ready. And by ready, I mean just ready to receive it, not ready knowing what you're going to do once it comes to you. Don't forget the back space. If you find yourself always working in the front, remember, oh, I'm forgetting a part of me, and it's back there. So there is an intense wakefulness here. 2-4. And while you're watching, be very engaged. So if you're watching, you're not just sitting here waiting for my turn, then I've lost all the work. But if I'm really still in my body, if I'm just standing, aware of my form in standing, I can be there participating with Jessica and in my form at the same time. So I see her forms and almost maybe inwardly I'm experiencing what she's doing with form, because I'm actively participating in whatever is going on. Good. And just place it on the floor. And now, very consciously now, bring ease and form together so that it becomes a sensation. It's not an idea. It's not only in the body, in the muscular. It's an inner sense, an inner quality.
So I notice whenever I work on ease, that I get into a certain style, which is like flowing.
Yes.
And I think, okay, well, what if I had to play Richard III, which is unlikely, but something like that.
Yes.
How do you work with ease?
Exactly. Let's take ease and form right now in a very strong gesture. Bring it into a punch, all right? And just see if you can use all that ease and form into a punch. Your intention, you have a strong intention to just punch this space, all right? But ease and form, ease and form. Watch the tension in the hand. I'm already seeing choo. Watch how. How can you penetrate that? That means you really have to have the underneath you. You have to be there. All right, let that go. Take smash. Smash. But watch the tension. Watch the tension. One thing is you have to be very active inwardly.
It seems like you can do something, what I just got, because I heard everybody else breathing as well, that when we went into the punch, I could let go of the tension when I was breathing.
Yeah.
Then I didn't have to hold it in my hands.
Let me tell you something else that helps with this, is this awareness of space. If the space is working with me, all right? Feldenkrais says the minute you become aware of space, the body softens. And I noticed that sometimes you would all be working here. And if you're here, you're just bigger, you have more, there's more of you available to do your work, and your body is softer.
You mean you bring this
yes,
to this?
Yes, you bring this to this. Yeah, I don't mean I'm back here, but I bring that consciousness to this, or this and this. And so all of this space it's another partner. It can be with you always. Now let's say that the chair has value. It has significance. All right? Now, with the ease and form, begin working with the chair, but now treat it as something you want to honor, something that is rare and precious, and just see what happens. Okay? What we're beginning to explore now is this sense or feeling of beauty. Very scary word, because it might indicate that, oh, I have to be beautiful. No. Chekhov talks about we cultivate a sense of beauty. It doesn't just come out full-born out of the head of Zeus. No. We have to cultivate it. So what does that mean for the actor? It has something to do with ease and form. If you find yourself getting dreamy or feel you have to be slow, change your tempo, challenge yourself. And be kind to yourself and content with what you find. And again, there might be a certain satisfaction that meets you. Mel, just pass your chair to Dawn.
We were doing these things. And there was a thought running through my head that was, is this beautiful? Is this beautiful? And then it turned around, and it seemed like what Chekhov was giving us was we could say, and this is beautiful, and this is beautiful, and this is beautiful. So that it just switched something.
That's wonderful. And place the chair on the floor. And just walk. Walk. See if that ease, form, and beauty is somewhere living in and around you. Form sense. Beauty sense. And now come to a standstill. All right, now, let's say we're going to take the ease, form, and beauty, and we're going to grasp a little moment that we're going to do. And this little moment will consist of walking to a chair, sitting down, and crossing your legs. We began doing it with Ted this morning. So we're moving in on this sense of the whole. What does he mean by a preparation for knowing what I'm going to do? And I do it. I sustain it, and I bring it to an end. Preparation. You're in readiness. If you're backstage, you're in readiness, right? If you're not, you're in big trouble, all right? You know you're going to go to a chair, you're going to sit, you're going to cross your legs, so it has a definite beginning and a definite ending, okay? You have to be very present on the way. The destination is one thing, but that's not the only thing that exists. Yes, know the moment when it ends. Now, let's do another thing. From where you are, just kneel and point. Be sure you have an intentionality to the point, so the point just doesn't come up here like an automatic, but I'm pointing at something, those shoes. I'm pointing at that radiator. That's part of the activity. But have the grasp. Know what you're going to do. Do it. You're the only one who knows when it ends. Good. In this sense of the whole is the ease, form, and beauty. Ease, form, beauty is part of the whole. Okay. All right, let's imagine now The camera is going to be your audience. So you just make your entrance, you acknowledge the camera, and you make an exit. But that is your whole activity. It's not just the whole, it's do I bring my body on in an easy way? Does it have form? Can I sense that there's something around me that is possibly beauty? Possibly, who knows? Maybe not. I think you're beautiful. I think you're gorgeous. Just walk. If you feel like you're over-concentrating, you need to just be a little bit loose for a moment. Now, but you have these wonderful array of objects here. Go to just one that sort of draws you to it, and you're going to use it as it is intended. And just get acquainted with it. And I really mean that. Get to know it. And it's not an intellectual activity, it's just, how can I become one with this object? And this is not to invite in a character. It's still Jessica, it's still Dawn, it's still Hugh, John, etc. Even in your examining of it, can you begin to imagine that maybe there is an ease and form with which you can work with this? How can you maintain your interest here? Maybe you will just want to, as you're working here, touch again on that ideal center. Is that still awake for me? Chekhov says something about objects being an extension of ourselves. And at some point, you're going to see if you can create a little moment with it. And the moment isn't that you do something bizarre or weird with it. The moment is that you find a way to use it as it is intended, but there is a beginning and a middle and an end. Seek different scenarios, practice them. Do it, repeat it, do it over and over. You're experimenting. And begin just one by one in front of the camera, one after the other, and just do this moment. Next. The main thing, I don't want you to feel obligated to do character, and I don't want the character to do the work for you.
I think there's a trap with beauty and humor. And one of the things that I loved about what Bethany did was that there is beauty, and there are a lot of beauty in that. I just thought it was great that she did that because it reminded me of that.
We work with the body and we work with space. We're working with a movement, and we start to understand these things as a kind of movement and that have very specific qualities and directions. And they never fail us because they are the things that are really happening. This technique, this Michael Chekhov technique, is a technique or a method of experience. So we work to have an experience. Then we can use that experience later if we need to. Inside of us is this kind of energy. We're just trying to wake up this sense that there's something inside of us that's not just muscles and not just bones, that there's something that is with us when we move. And so we want to wake it up so that we can start to move it independently of the body. And so it's an energy, and I'd like to give it a picture. And the picture that I want to give to it is that it's just the same picture as this. All right. So inside of the body is inside of the arm is another arm. It's this invisible kind of arm, and there's another one, and there's a head, and there's a trunk, and there's legs as well. Right. And Ted spoke about this in the last class of just so something that's preceding you. It's this kind of a thing, but we want to really wake it up and give it a picture so that if we have a picture of it, then we can start to work with it. All right? So we're going to try something very, very, very simple here to start with, and that is to just lift your arm, okay? And now, if we apply a little imagination here, we say that there's an arm inside the arm, an invisible arm or an inner arm. And that lifts first, and then the other arm is going to follow it. So it'll look outwardly the same thing. And what we're looking for is to have some experience that it's a little bit different to move this way. Try it with the head, just to turn the head. So you turn the inner head first, and then you follow it with the other head. The other head. But look at something. Now we're going to add something more to this. The inner arm is going to lift, then the physical arm is going to lift. And now I reach the end of this movement. I can't lift my arm anymore physically, but the inner arm can keep going up, right? It's just with your imagination, you can keep going up. Now bring back the inner arm to meet the physical arm, and start the movement down, inwardly, and follow it with the physical arm. And when you reach the end of the physical movement, it keeps going down and down and down. There's a preparation for an action, which is the inner movement. Then here's the action itself. And then there's a sustaining of that action, where it just keeps going up. It's your experience. Nobody can really see it, but you can experience it, you can feel it. The ability to move like this, Chekhov says, is something that we have to practice in a classroom or in the studio, because we can't really bring this onto stage with us. So if we move like this in our lessons, then it just becomes a natural thing for us to do, and we don't have to consciously do it anymore.
It feels full of ease, is what it feels.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that I don't feel muscling it myself, that there's something leading me there and it's effortless. And then it continues.
Right. This is also a word that you find in the Chekhov book, radiating. It is this ability to send something out into the space, right? This energy that can go out. Radiation is just the ability to take that movement out away from the body into the space. So it is the ability to radiate, but that is taking the movement out beyond itself, beyond this. Right, into the space, so that it's living out there.
And really, when you're sending, it can even be your arm, but it's going down. It really kind of connects to a down feeling. I feel down. I can feel that just in my inner arm going down.
Good. Okay. Now I'd like to work with this something else here, which has a lot to do with space, and it's a space that we don't really deal with mostly because the world is in front of us, right? And so as actors, the audience is out in front of us and dealing with this. Or Bethany's over there. I want to walk to Bethany or Hugh. It's like I put them in front of me and I walk. So we don't have much of a sense normally of the space behind us, which is really a very, very powerful place. And so let's imagine that you have eyes that can see that are on your shoulder blades, all right? And if you put them there and really give them some attention, then they can see, and you can walk backwards, and then you can know where to stop. You won't hit anybody, you won't bump into anybody, or if you are doing it and you sense that there's something there, you see this person there, then just let them go. So we're going to try to walk in the whole space backwards. Now, what we don't want to do is use these eyes right now, right? These eyes are, we know these eyes, right? So if we're doing this, then we're not giving these eyes a chance to work, right? So we want to stand up straight. Imagine you have these new eyes on your shoulder blades, and just walk with a kind of confidence, right? That you'll be able to know when to stop. Kind of a risky thing to be walking backwards. Certainly not normal. Chekhov said, an actor has 1,000 eyes. Well, here's just 2 of them. Two more. We have these 2, and now we have these 2 in the back. Let's try this then. So everyone's gonna start over here, all right? We're gonna walk here. You're gonna be against the wall, and you're gonna push against the wall for a moment. So you feel what it is to go backwards. And then when you leave, I want you to walk, and it's as if you're at the head of history. And this whole human history is just streaming out from behind you as you walk. It gets larger and larger. It's however you can imagine it. I mean, some people maybe imagine wars. Some people maybe imagine architecture or art, or however you want to see it, right? What we want to be able to do is to move this way forward with the will, and with the imagination, you're moving this way, right? So by the time you reach the end of the room, there's something of you that's still here at this wall. Okay, you want to try that? It's easy. As soon as you get tense, this energy that we want to work with just quits, because there's nothing for it to flow through. So we want a really soft muscles, and that doesn't mean flabby and limp, but it means that they're available and they're soft. Yes, Ed?
I just had a sense that if you're playing like a king or a queen, it's a useful tool. I mean, it's an immediate useful tool.
It's very commanding.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even so much I felt commanding. I felt like there's a train behind me.
Anything else?
I'm feeling really tall.
Well, that's great, isn't it?
It's like soldiers standing behind me, or like those people who carry the queen on the pillow and things, but you know what I mean? Like, there's men with big palm trees. No, that's my fantasy. But anyway, but that could be behind me, or you could put anything back there.
Sure.
When I started working with this technique, and we would do all this image work, and I would get this like shade that would come down, and I would see nothing. I had it wasn't rich at all, this image life, and we're constantly bombarded by images from everything, television, movies, all these things. But sometimes we get numbed a bit, and I remember thinking, there's nothing there, I can't see, and that by working at it, I was actually able to see things gradually, and now it's like I can't stop them.
I'm going to show you a movement that we're going to work with, a gesture, okay? So the gesture looks like this here. It starts here, and as you worked on with Ted, we want to move as a unit, right? The whole body's moving as one thing, right? So here's this growing out, 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 like this, right? There's a radiation involved, right, always. And when you reach the end and you can't do this radiation anymore, then it starts to come back, and it comes in, and you become as small as you can be. And it sounds impossible, but you can continue the movement to become smaller as an inner movement. And when you can't do it anymore, just reverse it. Right? So we're just going to practice this for a few moments. Right? It's going out, and this coming in. Now, as you make the movement, what's important is that you listen to what the body is telling you. What kind of information is coming to you because you're moving? Only because you're moving like this. Okay, good. So in the listening, is there a difference between this kind of a movement as an experience, right, and coming to the end of it here? And then there's something maybe different here. Is that true for you?
Yes.
Yes?
And also on the journey.
Yes, yes, of course.
There's a lot happening there.
This is a gesture. So if we talk about gesture, that implies movement.
Right.
It's not necessarily about being expanded, although there's something there, or about necessarily being contracted. But the journey is really what's important, because that's the gesture, right? All gestures are either expanding and or contracting. So we work with this. We see what's there for us. So we're only going to work with the expansion, okay? So we're going to leave the contraction out of it, but we're going to start from this place so we can have some place to go, okay? So we're going to make this movement here, out, 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 out. And then I want you to imagine it's possible that you can leave this thing here, right? And walk away from it. Now it's behind me. I have new eyes. Look at it with your new eyes. And this way you can stay connected to it. So it's something that you own, yes? And then you're just going to come here again and repeat. And leave that one there. So now I got two that I'm connected to, right? And so you want to be able to own this thing. And so by looking back at it this way with these new eyes, you can stay connected to it. So we're going to do 3 of them, okay? So the more we begin to work with this energy, the more there is to work with. First we have to wake it up, and then we can work with it. You change the space, you change your relation to the space just by doing this movement. How does it change you? What we've done here effectively is you've made this thing here and you've left it here, right? And so you've left this figure here. This has some power for us, but it's not enough. So what I want you to do now is to so you're starting here, right? And you're going to start moving before you move. Right? So you know what the movement is already, right? So you know that this inner body is going to start first. There it goes. Now I have something to follow, right? And I follow it, I follow it, I follow it. I can't move anymore. And I keep going, and this is when I can leave it, right? Because it's still active. It's still moving out, and it's radiating. And this is when I can leave it, all right? But don't move until you're moving. This is the important thing. And keep moving when you stop moving.
3 times leaving the space?
3 times. Repetition is the growing power. And when it's still moving, you walk away. Stay connected to it. You've changed the space. Space is still moving for you. If in a scene that you're in and you know that the moment is one of being so fully expanded, you can go onto the stage before the play begins, before the audience comes in. And this is where it happens. This is where the scene is. You can leave this gesture here, just as you left them here, and then go off and do what you got to do. And then you come back, this space is charged for you. You can walk into this gesture and let it take you over. You can do it with any gesture. After you've done it 3 times, and you're standing there, see if you can do it without moving now. Because what you've done effectively is you've trained the inner body to know what this gesture is. So now you can move it without moving the body. And because you make this movement inwardly, as we say, some impulse may arise because of it. Follow the impulse. We can't actually bring this gesture onto the stage with us in the middle of the play as a physical thing, but we can as an inner thing, right? And it creates some sort of impulse in us, and we follow the impulse. And then we're being true to the experience right now. So now I'd like you to walk up to somebody and shake their hand. So it's going to have this outer thing, which is shaking the hand. And as you shake the hand, you make the gesture inwardly.
Good to see you.
You can talk. It's all right. So you have something outer going on and something inner going on.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
It's good to see you.
Yeah.
It feels like there's more than just me. There's a greater sense of me. That there's more than just my daily me.
Okay. And to do it as an inner gesture, does this awaken anything in you?
It keeps it alive. It keeps it moving. It keeps it vibrant.
It's almost enhancing my sense of openness and willingness and confidence to encounter things.
And we're going to take this as a contraction now, right? So it has to start before it starts. Don't move until you're moving. Stay connected to what you've left in the space. Now see if you can make the gesture without moving the physical body. And if there's an impulse that comes from this inner movement, follow it. Be true to it. So there's an inner movement going on, and there's some outer resonance that we see because of it. And follow the impulses. Now we can repeat this little activity of just going and shake somebody's hand. So there's this outer thing that happens of the handshaking. And as the hand shakes, as the hands are shaking, there's this inner contraction. It's nothing you have to hold with the body. Now go shake their hand and expand inwardly. So the whole world changes now. And let your physical body respond to it. Leave somebody that you just expanded with, contract. Leave the person you contract with, go to someone else and expand.
Come on. Okay, that's enough. Expansion into contraction increases contraction, and seemed she expanded more. And it's interesting, those two polarities, when they meet, they seem to sustain. It seems to go even further, each one, when they encounter each other.
And often, yes, and often there's a sympathy too. If you're really listening to the other person, if you're really in contact with them and this person starts to contract, it's like, well, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?
Yeah.
This kind of a thing. Yeah. It's lovely if you're really in contact with somebody working this way.
It happens all the time in life.
Sure, it happens all the time in life.
Someone goes,
Yeah, you're walking down the street and you see somebody that you really, you hate them. You hate this person, but you know you have to deal with them, right? And this whole thing is happening inwardly. This thing is, and then you're like, hi, how's it going? Yeah, it's great to see you. And the whole time you're going like this, and then you turn around and you see your lover, and it just opens up all by itself, right?
I think it's good to know also that expansion is not just happy, 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 but expanding can be in anger as well,
Yes, it is.
You can just...
Rage is a huge expansion.
Yeah.
You can say yes and no in expansion, and you can say yes and no in contraction, or while contracting or while expanding. Both of those poles are possible. It's like, it's not, oh no, I'm a horrible, terrible person, and I feel terrible and weak and shy. It's not just that. Or, you know, it's not, oh, I'm so happy and I'm so great and I'm so wonderful. It's not just that. It is that, but it's more. There are other things. And when we start to work with qualities and things like that, and to expand quickly, or, you know, to expand with effort, then they change.
We are going to work with now qualities of movement. And I'm going to be working with you outwardly, then Ted will be working with you inwardly on them. So now walk. But don't just walk. Walk into the forward space. You have an intention. Really cut through the space. We're working with that, but can you now walk backwards? But know it's to move through the space. Now move to the right. But again, the same thing, you're going somewhere. Move through it. It's not just a movement, but you're moving through it. Now move through it on the left. Wake it up on the left. Now go down. And come up. And again, down into the space. And up. All right, so you've just gone in 6 directions, right? Right, so let's, again, this is the first time you've ever done this in your entire life. And that's the way to approach each of the exercises of Chekhov. I've never done it before, so what can I discover this time? I don't repeat. If I repeat, I'm playing in a memory, but not what is happening with me at this moment. All right, let's point to the right, just point. And come back. And see, when you point to the right, this thing that goes out beyond the body. So if the window, I just went clear out to that house over there. So I'm not bound by the physical form. I can go out beyond. Okay? So let's point to the right. Good. And the left. And up. Go through the ceiling. Come back. And through the floor. Send it out. And back. And add a word to it. And the word is look. The look could be anywhere. Look. Okay, but you're way out there. Look at it out there. Look to the right. Look. Look. To the left. Look. Look. And up. Look. Stars. And down below. Look. And front. Look. Yeah. And behind you. Look. Okay. Now, why are we doing this?
Well, awakening where we are in this space.
Right.
And where we can go in the space.
Right. And that we can go beyond the boundaries of the physical body and come back and still have it out there, just as you were doing with the expanding. You did it, it stayed, but you moved, and it was influencing you. So you can stay, you open it up, you open the space. Anything else?
And also when you come back to who you are, where you are right there, you can be there and still be out.
That you're here, because you don't want to stay out there.
Right.
You would really get spacey. I can come back here, but I still know I've opened that up, and that's still available to me. All right? So let's try it. And we'll just see how lightly we can do it. In fact, just say the word, lightly. Lightly. We'll just touch it. Touch it. Lightly. Touch it. And it's going to be crisp. It's going to be crisp. Okay? So that means there has to be a lot of ease and form. I have this ideal center available to me, and I can have an impulse that comes from here, and it brings my whole body with it, and I go with it. And just be awake more to the preparation. That means inwardly you are alert, inwardly you are awake, inwardly you know what you're going to do before you do it. So the movement starts and you follow it. That's just half of the exercise. The other reason we do this is because there's a polarity. And so the body gets this, oh, I don't have to only move lightly and quickly in a staccato movement, but I can also move in a legato, where everything just flows out. It's almost as if there's a river in you, and it wants to just stream out through the arm, and it keeps pouring out. It's very awake. I'm not saying this, but someone might get dreamy. Don't get dreamy. Keep sending. The next flow, pour it out. Whereas the other was a throw, this is more of a pouring, a flowing out. And back. Okay, now let's do the whole exercise. Let's put it together. So we do staccato in all 6 directions. This light movement beyond the fingertips. Come back home, it stays open. Crisp and light there. Come back, it stays open. Now listen to the interchange. You're getting ready to do legato. Something has to happen inwardly. You're going to do something very different now. And legato. And pour out.
I just always struggle with this exercise. I start thinking, I'm not sure if I'm working on expansion. I'm not sure if I'm working on my sensitivities to the different directions. I'm not sure of its application, and I'm wanting to understand.
Yeah. You're not working on expansion necessarily. You're not working on anything but the quality of movement and moving into the space. There's also something else you're working on, and that is that the body is unified from the top of the head all the way down to the feet, through the hands and the arms, so it moves as one unit. The impulse comes and everything goes, right? Okay, question.
About the neutral place that you go to between what's happening in between all of them?
I can tell you what happens for me in between, is that I've done this, I've come back, and I know I'm already going to go in a different direction. So I'm inwardly aware that I've done that, but now I'm inwardly preparing to go that direction. So I come back home, I'm solidly home, but I'm ready to move, but in a different direction. That makes sense?
But you keep this open?
If
that
possible,
you've just done?
If possible. Maybe that's more advanced sometimes. But if possible. If not, then just come back home. Now I'm going to go that direction. Ultimately, you would want to keep it open. So it's about opening the space, unifying the body. Polarities of movement. Okay? Now, just where you are, just begin to move in a legato. In a legato. All the way down to the feet and the knees and the legs. And as you move, imagine that this space begins to be not as permeable as it is, but it begins to thicken. Just the space itself, the air around you, that space becomes thicker. It becomes more, it requires something more of you to move through it. Now let's imagine it becomes thicker yet, and it begins to offer you more resistance. And wherever that resistance, wherever you move, you're leaving an imprint in the space itself. And now you're in the substance, something like clay, which offers you an ultimate resistance, and you're going to carve forms into it. And it's the movements of your body that's going to create the forms. And because of that resistance, you need your feet under you, you need your legs working for you, You need to be really anchored in the earth so that the body doesn't get into tension. And I need to be very active inwardly here, so that this resistance is always there, but I can find my way through it by creating these forms. So this sense of form that we worked on earlier has to do with this meeting the resistance of the clay and creating forms there. And now, just with your feet and the knee and the lower leg, just with the feet, press the foot into that clay. Use just the buttocks and the abdomen, the hips. And know that wherever you move it, you are leaving a form in the space. Now go up to the hands, just the hands, just the hands. Maybe just the heel of the hand. So you're coming up against something, but you're moving through it by creating a form. Now bring in the whole body again. And we've opened up the back space, the right and the left, so you can move in any direction with the body. But just know that wherever you move, there is this resistance, and that you leave a form there. And then just, without stopping the work at all, but just come to a standstill and listen to what you've been doing. Does it awaken any inner response? Could you name it at all? Is there anything like determination or an inner strength or somehow an inner power of some sort?
Importance. Yeah.
Importance, significance.
Persistence.
Persistence. You've created something with the body and in the space. And now that clay-like substance is going to recede, and you're going to find that around the foot and the ankle and the calf is water. Let it move up to the knees and around the knees and the hips. And remind yourself, we're all in the same substance. The whole room is filled with this substance. Let's say it comes all the way up under the arms and you feel a little bit lifted under the arms. And it comes all the way up, and you're on the surface of the water, but you are anchored to the bottom of the ocean because you're a piece of seaweed. So you're just played by the surface of the water. And there's tremendous ease there in allowing yourself to just be carried. All the effort that was required with meeting that resistance is gone. You're being carried now. Keep the eyes open so it doesn't in any way become dreamy. And what happens is that seaweed becomes unhinged from the bottom of the ocean. It gets free. And find out what happens. How does this water move you through the space? And just what I said, the water moves you. Give yourself over to allowing it to move you. You're lifted up under the arms. It's under the feet. The hair is lifted up. One movement flows right into another. Water is under the feet. And just allow a hand. Just allow a hand on the surface of the water. Give yourself over to that imagination and that movement of what the water does.
The fluid feeling of buoyancy with some support, So fluidity with support, and coming out of the last one, it's a completely different feeling inside based just on the movement.
Both arms and hands. Just
well, I hate to say it, but it does feel kind of like a character, you know? I mean, there are some people who just kind of go through and just kind of float on through, and I don't know, I just could be somebody with iced tea on a porch somewhere. I don't know, you know.
Is there a possibility that it could be a certain calmness, a certain poise? Yeah. Just a possibility? Mm-hmm. All right, good. Now, just let your arms down, know what you've done. Now, let's imagine the space now is air. There is air. And the air is under your feet, and it's around you, and it's between your legs and between your fingers. And inside, the bones are hollow. Your bones are hollow, and they are filled with air. So you are filled with air inside, and you're surrounded by air outside. Now, let's imagine, you imagine for yourself, that you could just soar through the air with the utmost ease. And when you feel that you want to try that out, just take off. And there might even be a little breeze come along. And at some point, it may just pick you up and lift you up and send you. So can you truly overcome the weight of the body? Can you be that easy that the body has no weight whatsoever? So you are just like a bird. And just hover for a moment, just hover there. It's like a bird perched on a limb, all right? You're very active inwardly here. Okay, so participate and then just take off. And then just walk, but know you're soaring through space. Is there a sound? Ha. Ooh. Ha. And then to come, just do a standstill, but inwardly you're flying. Fly to everyone on the stage, and then fly to Eddie, fly to Zach, fly to Mark. Inwardly soar toward them. You are totally weightless, and take off again. Just listen to what you've done. Listen to it. You have created a space here that's filled with air. Does it waken anything? Light. Joy. Alertness. Anxiety. Great. Yeah. That's what we are when we're anxious. We're flying, right?
You could fly at somebody.
Exactly.
You could fly.
Exactly.
You know, it doesn't have.
What does it do if you fly in someone's face?
Right.
And then you can add the quality to that. Do you fly in someone's face with joy, or you fly in someone's face with anger? Ooh, you know. Okay. All right. Let's stand for a minute. But again, be awake to the fact you have created something. You have taken yourself on a journey. You've gone through something. Never dismiss that. Know that you have done something. And now, close your eyes for a minute and fly right into the sun. And imagine that the sun just burns out all the hardness, all the corners, all the edges, burns the bones. And again, you're all in this same substance, and you are nothing but a body of light. You become the sun itself. And even before your eyes open, just send out some of the rays of the sun. Just send out as though you are filled. Every limb is a ray of the sun, and you can just send that light out into the space. Feel that this is just a streak of light. A streak of light that just pours out of me into the space around. Chekhov suggests that if you imagine you're doing it, that will take care of itself. Trust your imagination. Trust that if I imagine I'm saying out a ray of light, I am sending out a ray of light. And move through the room. Move through the room, and let's just intensify it so you're the flames of the sun. You have become the very flames, the burning flames. And now just light itself. And it can be in any part of the body. You can send it out from the toes, from the feet, from the back. Send a stream of light to Lenard. Zap him with light. Zap Ragnar with light. Just zapping. Yeah, yeah. And Eddie, pour some light into Eddie. Yeah. And again, you're in the common substance. We're all in light. Walk through this light. You're the sun itself. You have no hard bones. You have no hardness. You're light itself. And light just gives of itself. Effortless. It just gives. Just gives. And now what if it's just more of a glow? What if it's just more of a glow? And again, trust your imagination. I said I'm glowing out light, and I am. Just because I said I am. Just trust it. Trust your imagination to take you. You don't have to force it to happen. Glow, yeah. But do you have to stand still to glow? Remember, it gives. Light gives itself. With no effort. Now add it to the streams, the streams. Imagine these streams running through the arms and the legs and the fingers and the toes, and you stream out. Beyond the body, you stream out. And again, it's pleasurable. It's pleasurable to be a body of light. The lower body streams out as well. The back streams out. Very nice indeed. Now, does that awaken anything in you?
Pleasure of giving.
The pleasure of giving. And it's easy, isn't it? All right, makes you generous.
No, I don't get it all tired.
I
can give it and then give it again.
Yeah.
Give it again.
Yeah, because you don't spend it, you don't give it away. It's an endless source.
Yeah.
The source continues to renew itself.
I sometimes also experience like a sort of emotions that are not so light, not so associated with things that are necessarily positive, and I
wouldn't discount what your experience is. Her experience isn't yours. Hers isn't yours. I mean, we have a different experience. As long as you're in there searching and seeking and saying, I'm not acting as if I'm doing this, this is what I'm doing, and this is what it awakens in me. And it isn't necessarily pleasant.
Because sometimes even the fire,
Yeah.
the radiating,
Yeah.
it can have a lot of force in it. And I don't necessarily mean not easy, but a lot of,
absolutely.
like, wanting to
Yeah.
burn through
Yes.
something. And
That's why I suggested that one moment you be the fire itself.
yeah.
That's very different from being just the light.
Okay.
Yeah. But just to find the gradations of what is possible for you.
Great.
Yeah. And I would caution you in saying it has to be this. It has to make me feel this way. It has to make me... Find out how it makes you respond today. Because it might be different tomorrow.
Okay, so now we're going to take all of this work that you did with Fern and bring it inward. Lenard said this work is experiential, and you have to somehow experience that you're not miming that you're floating, you're really floating. That's the transformative quality of all of this work, is that you really try to change. And these qualities of movement can do that. So let's just experiment a bit. I can only give you the things that sometimes work for me to go if I have to go from the outer to the inner. Each one of these qualities of movement has its own particular trap. And with molding, of course, it's tension. So what you want to do is, even if you're just doing it with the heel or the butt of the hand, you want to support that with the rest of the body. So let's just try that. Let's just try that. Just getting into the quality of movement, sort of tasting it. Or you can even just do it with making a fist, but not a tight, tense fist. Or with the elbow, or with the knee. some point you want to just take it inside and move and just walk with it. And you'll lose it, and you'll have it, and you'll lose it. But don't be afraid to go from that movement just to natural behavior. It will reside somewhere in you. And just the suggestion that you can go from this outer movement and behavior to it inwardly. See how loose you can be while you do molding. Yeah, great. You cross your arms, mold those arms. It can be, of course, a lot of things. It can be very sexy. It can be menacing. It can be deep and burning anger. If you're free to just as your own secret, to take your heel and just sort of move it more into your shoe, or as Anne just did a little while ago, cross the arms. Something else that's interesting to play with is not just to do one quality of movement and then another quality of movement, but to move that into floating. Now, one way you can work with floating again is with the hands. Float the space between the fingers, float the thumbs a little bit. And an image that always helps me is this inner image of bubbles. Is that somehow sparkling burgundy is sort of rising to the top of my head. And then just float. Just move now, walk. Another good way to get into it is just float the arms a bit, just under the arms, the upper part of the arms. Okay, now go back to molding without dropping the floating. Make the floating a little bit more like molding. And then I'm just going to ask you to change from molding to floating. A little finger can help. Or maybe you just want to go whole cloth, just bam, begin to float without any outside help. And if you can do that, of course, what occurs is a real inner event. You're working with floating, what the audience sees is something else. They see a change, but they will see it as an inner emotional change. An inner change, an inner reality, a change of an inner reality. I remember once when I was probably as down as I've ever been in my life. I remember Chekhov had said that if you had total recall and you could remember a time when you were either elated or a time when you were completely depressed, what you would remember if you had total recall is that it wasn't just at some emotional center, but that it was in your fingers, it was in your toes, it was in your bones. And I was on the subway platform at 14th Street waiting for the express, and I was so depressed. And as I moved toward the subway, always the actor, I went, oh my God, he's right. It's absolute, it's in my spine, it's in my arms, it's in my, I just began to observe that it was physical, that there was no separation between what was happening to me physically and what was happening to me emotionally. And I think the remarkable thing that he did is he just watched his own natural processes. Okay, good, and then we're going to go to flying. And again, I can only tell you the things that I do that help me, and that is if I think of all of my energy coming up from my feet, from the ground, and coming up to the collarbone. coming up and here. So that if I have to fly, physically, I am already there. You're already in the air. And this is a great place in the physical body to think of flying. Just try that. And hold off until you really feel like you can fly. Be brave. Leave the branch. Yeah, my teacher used to talk about Fred Astaire as someone who flies no matter what he does. He's always flying inwardly. Always. He never stops. And go back to molding. That is, don't drop the flying. How do you get from flying to molding? I have to go to my feet. You might do it some other way. The body's just as loose. And then go back to flying. Then go back to molding. You have to get there. You're flying, so you have to get there. You can't drop anything. You have to go from flying to molding. Now, back to flying, back to that collarbone, but don't move. Just sense something. Look out the windows, look at each other. Everything's up. Now we've got to get to radiating. For me, again, something has to drop. To there. And one way to work with it is, again, with the hands, this idea, I think it was Mel who mentioned the idea of raise. Well, that helps me, just the fingers as raise. And as you learned working with Fern with this, the spectrum of that particular quality of movement is, to me, I think, a lot wider than any of the others, because you can go from the fiery activity to this glow, where you have no bones. You're just all light, like that movie Cocoon, when they all became just bodies of light. Okay, good. We're going to try something. What I'm going to ask you to do is you enter a room. So you enter the room radiating. You look around the room. You see the chair. You begin to mold. You move to the chair. You pick up the book. You sit down in the chair, molding. You mold open the book. You look at the book. While you're still sitting, you begin to float inwardly. You leave the book. Maybe I'll take the cover off. You leave the book. You float. You go to, let's say a window is there. You go to a window and you look out. Bing! You begin to inwardly fly. And you exit. And I just caution you not to try to find, what can I say? Not to try to justify all of these things. Basically, the justification for you as the actor is going to be the changes in the qualities of movement, and that's all. That's your reality. What we see, what they see, may be something else, entirely different. They will justify it if you're connected to what you're doing. Okay, so Mel, you come in, you will come in flying, radiating, molding, floating. So what you see out the window causes you to float. And you exit in that last quality of movement. Okay. Good luck. Okay. Okay, good. The challenge is, of course, is to really stay with the process and not try to justify what gets me there, what gets me out of my chair, what this book is about, what it means to me. And also to try to do this, and this is, I think, a bigger challenge, to try to get mold to the chair and to the book without looking like it's a spy movie, if you know what I mean. But just to see what happens to the body when I move naturally and I go, well, this is more floating than molding. But that's what you find out. It's all right, you know, to just see, oh God, I've got to go all the way over there and I've got to mold. Okay, I've got to relax. Well, it doesn't feel very molding, but, you know, and then to mold through the air. I mean, the truth of the matter is, if you watch people on the subway, you know, I mean, it's unbelievable what people do. They're just really so crazy about themselves. And then the second thing, of course, is this moment of change, how I get from this to, it's the struggle, it's your struggle that's far more interesting than trying to justify what you're doing. It's your struggle to get from here to, well, it's not working. There, something loosened up. I want to smile, but, well, if it happens. And then float over to the window. That's far more interesting. The process simply may mean for you, literally, taking literally what I said of that inner thing that you go, oh, well, I can't float, my shoulders are too tense. Well, then I'm going to start from my feet up. I'm going to lift my heel. Ah, there. Something began to, and then you go with that. And then the next thing is to look out there and you're looking, maybe even you're pointing. Now you're just going to try to get from that to your collarbone, or however. It's so difficult not to want to make it I like it, or to color it to mean something, or to justify it. Yeah, good.
Having a specific place on the body that you can go to, it helped a lot. You know, the thought of the collarbone, that helped. Immediately you can go to that, or the foot for molding. Having something to anchor yourself to go to helps a lot.
And it's different for every person. Yeah. Which one do you find of the four the most difficult?
I think your own personality has a dominant tendency to go towards one, so with your own natural rhythms. And molding is mine.
Well, also with molding, the tempo at which you're doing it too.
Yes.
I have to remind myself that you don't have to mold slowly, that you can mold and be moving quickly at the same time.
Yeah, because what you want ultimately to do is to have the body really loose when you mold. So it, I don't know what's moving, but that idea of the panther, helps a lot.
Right.
I mean, there are people who do move that way. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Good. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to take the three sisters and we're going to go to that place in the play where Masha tells her sisters that she's in love with Verschienen. Now, of course, it would just be one layer of rehearsal. I mean, we're not going to solve all the problems of the play or the scene with doing this, but we're just going to play around with it and see what happens. In fact, what I would like you to do in the beginning is to do the whole thing without words. So let's just say, and this is just an arbitrary choice, that you start with molding. However you're able to manifest that sitting in this chair without much movement and without words. But this thing, you can take a moment that we experience all the time when you're getting ready to tell somebody something.
Yeah, I'm usually flying.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
This kind of thing, I would be flying.
Uh-huh.
But I can start with molding. I mean,
Yeah,
do you
start with molding and go to flying.
Okay.
So it's just molding to flying. Okay. And start and stop if you need to. All we're doing with this is just to try to find out what process you go through to make this a viable choice for a moment, for a character, for a scene, for an emotion. But do it right now as fully as you can do it. Now, you don't know what's going to happen when you try to go from molding to flying. That's good, that you don't know what's going to happen. And intellectually, it doesn't have to make any sense. Okay, great. Now we'll stop and go back. Great. You're really just connecting to what you're doing and trying to make that work. And what we see is Masha is struggling with her starting point. So do it again. Say the line. Do exactly what you did. But once you get to flying, go on with the line.
My dear sisters, my heart is heavy. Let me confess myself to you, and then I will never speak of it again to anyone. I'll tell you now. I can't be silent any longer. I love him. I love him.
I love that man. You just saw him. Why should I conceal it? I have never seen him.
Stop that. Okay, good. Good. Thank you. Thank you. We've got maybe a couple of minutes. Does anybody want to say anything, ask anything, or you as well? Basically, what I saw with Anne is that she was struggling to do the qualities of movement. Because you have words, there is a struggle to try to justify what's happening inwardly with outwardly. If you can get even more and more to that place where for this layer, this is just a layer that we would do in a rehearsal, because you find out something that surprises you. That's why just giving Anne arbitrary qualities of movement and saying, say the line no matter what they are, she's either going to constantly struggle to justify what she's saying, or she's going to find out something that surprises her. And isn't that nice in a rehearsal if we have that experience? It's the actress's struggle to do this that gives you this impression of, I don't know what's going to happen. Even if you know the script, I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. It was lovely work.
So, yeah. In this step in the rehearsal process, the actor puts their attention on just the quality of movement to explore the text. But then at the end, when you get out in performance, do you suggest having your attention on that, or have you incorporated it into your body at that point?
If the instrument is trained in these things, just the smallest nuance, as I said, of just the finger rising and I'm expanding. Yes, I think the concentration is not so much on doing a technique, but somehow making expanding and revulsion the same thing. It just helps I'm completely incredulous at what you just said. It helps me as an actor. But my concentration isn't on now I am expanding.
Right.
But my concentration is on the reality of the moment. No. And also, it's a wonderful thing sometimes to pick one place in a play to say, I'm going to try different things every night. Mm-hmm. There are some actors who will kill you. But that's great to have a spot which is always a little bit free. Yeah, anything else? No? So why don't you guys come a little closer?
It's so interesting. I mean, this is something that I feel like we could just do this little piece of text for a couple of hours,
yeah,
and without even applying a whole bunch of other techniques, just to use this specific technique. If we spent enough time with it, we could find out so much about the scene and so much about the possibilities of the scene instead of deciding what the scene is.
Yeah. Anything else about also this entering it with picking up the book and going to the window and did you just find that excruciating?
It's interesting to me that a lot of young actors that I've encountered, as well as myself young, is that there's a part of you that says, I can't do that. That would not be what my character would do. And the excitement of discovering that, you know what, maybe they could do that. Yeah. And all of a sudden there's this immense sense of freedom of expression, that your whole body now is able to convey all kinds of different colors that you were limiting yourself with in your own personal belief system.
And that's what I think is one of the important things about these qualities of movement, is that very thing, is that it releases, it gives you freedom, because you don't have to produce it from some emotional center, but you can produce it with your fist. You can produce it with the way you say that to me one more time. And the voice comes out of you and you go, it's all, one of the things that the group theater actors said about Michael Chekhov is that everything was so total. The voice, the movement, the the character, he was working in a play where his psychological gesture was reaching into the heart of the person he was talking to, almost like tearing into the heart of the person he was talking to. And they said it was just phenomenal to watch somebody that had that scope, and the lack of tension, the voice, where his whole, what Grotowski would call the total act.
I thought it was interesting that you gave that exercise that they did with the chair in the book, and you said, just do the thing, and don't try to justify it. Now, as an exercise, as a training, this seems like a very good thing, but do you think that these things help us, lead us to justification? Because in the end, we have to feel satisfied in that we are justifying what we're doing. And there's like these very strange texts, like Waiting for Godot, for example, which are very satisfying when you see the actors are justifying the text that they're saying. And I mean, I guess my question is, are we not? Do you think that you want to guide people to not try to justify things?
Yes, that's what I was trying to get them to do
for training purposes.
For training purposes, because otherwise you're not really molding. What we do is we get ahead of ourselves. We go, oh, I'm molding. Oh, I know what this is. This is anger. So then I go to the anger. Well, I'm not molding anymore. I mean, I'm kind of moving as if I'm molding, but I'm not really in the process of doing that. Or that I see something that makes me fly. So my face registers something, and then I justify something, and I fly. I want to really see if I can look out there as an actor. I want to see if my instrument can really go from floating. I look out. God, this is hard. Again, I'm trying to do what helps me, and that is, and find the place where I have to move, that I'm flying so much I have to move. That's more important for me, just if I'm trying to find out something about the qualities of movement, my knee, that's more important than if I justify it and make it kind of work, and they go, oh yeah, I think that what you saw out there was, was it an elephant in a tutu or something?
But these things can lead us towards justification.
They could, yes.
This is exactly the point, that we're not going towards anything. In trying to figure out what is flying, what is radiating, that actually being uncomfortable, because the thing that I think maybe makes us feel comfortable as an actor is that we're justified being out on stage. Hey, I'm in this play, this is my character, you know who I am, blah, blah, blah. But that in working with this, that I don't know what flying is, that now I have to go to floating. Actually, if that would have happened, I think then that would have been worth it.
Yeah.
Working, there's the I don't know place, which can be compelling to watch. But then there's also, like, if I've trained molding, floating, flying, and radiating, and I know what that experience is, and then I work to get to it, so that you can really experience each section along the journey.
Then it becomes an event.
What
Chekhov says is, every moment should be a chain of unbroken psychological events. Boom! The light, the fireworks go off. Suddenly, I'm sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Then each event takes you right through the play.
Can I just make one point that's sort of? It seems like Lenard's point. I understand your point about justification. I mean, like, especially you've got a script and you've got directors and you've got other actors and things have to fit in. But it seems as if the distinction is, one is in the early part of the training, not using story making to justify the training of the quality of movements. Yeah. And then maybe if you explore the quality of movement enough, that it actually will illuminate the text that you're working on, which has its own events.
Which goes back to what, he said, I'm not concentrating on expanding, but I'm using this expansion because I know what it means. I know that I can work with this revulsion. This revulsion can grow in me because I'm expanding. So we learn to know what these things mean to us. They have a meaning. They have very many meanings, but very specific for very different things. But if we know what they mean, then we can use them quite consciously.
It's very important is what you're doing was isolating the activity, and that can open doors. And like you were saying, it surprises you. You have no idea where you're going, and that is such a great gift for an actor.
Good.
Good. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great.
So if there is such an activity as radiating and receiving, it has to be there all the time. It has to be there. It has to be possible to radiate everything. So it has to be possible to radiate, anything. And the question is, what is that relationship to ourselves that allows something from us to go out to our fellow human beings? So less than thinking of it as something that we have to kind of work to kind of get it and then enter the stage and be stage worthy, I would suggest to just work from the actor's reality, or for lack of a better word, from our reality now. And this being said, this reality that we all share includes everything that's here. It includes all of us right now. It includes everybody who's watching us. It includes Zach. It includes Mark. It includes Eddie. And then, so basically, these are all our partners. And we are standing in the center of all this attention. And in this, we are going to try to find a process that one could describe as receive and radiate. Except that it is one ball traveling between us, and the only focus would be to get it to another person and to get it from another person. Nothing is asked, no friendliness or no unfriendliness. It's just a ball. Yeah, and what if now the activity would be to just notice that there's something going from one of us to somebody else, and it is a little colorful ball. And then see what would happen to keep the general idea to throw a ball to another person. If you would start throwing the ball to the other person a little bit less convenient, but still to the other person. And so if you have to move a little bit to get it, you might have to move a little bit to get it. And that's the activity. So we still know whom we are throwing it to. Oh, a little bit harder. Okay, and now, out of this, what if now, is it possible to take, so to speak, our inspiration from the ball and not necessarily enlarge it, but also not necessarily diminish it? So we got the ball like this, we get the ball like this. We got it like this, we get it like this. Yeah. So as if the ball is kind of not doing the perfect thing, but it still travels. And now we have an imaginary ball. We do exactly the same thing. We throw it to or at someone in any way, and the attempt is to accept that imaginary ball into us, if you wish, and to throw it to another person. And here it is. Great, and as you're working, see what would happen if you would let this ball become a movement, a point or a punch or a caress that you give to one other person and that you receive from another person. And what if this movement became smaller? Yeah.
When you're working with someone who doesn't lean forward, leans back, doesn't lean in, how do you work with that? How do you, especially if it's not necessarily written in the script and you're supposed to fall in love or something like that, just to...
You know, basically, one thing is, like with all these principles, if they are, in fact, observations of, let's say, the actor's nature, and if there was no such thing, of the human nature, of processes that happen between human beings. If that is so, which I suggest, then we can constantly influence it. That is, my partner might make what he says, he might not think this is as an offer, excuse me. He might go, you know, there she is again. And you go, I'm just going to kill you. But the fact is, we can't do anything about it. So why not receive it? Why not receive your partner who goes, so, darling, and it's a love scene? Why not go, hi, and kind of play back with it? Not to say it is better or worse, but it's a possibility. A possibility if we find in ourselves the activity to receive, not as an idea, not as an imposition, I should receive, but receiving, I suggest, is to receive what's there, for which we have to see what's there, and that has with it, brings with it potentially an element of pain, because it might not be what I want.
But it's the absolute truth of what is happening in that moment, and that nothing could be clearer than that.
No, and into this you can always play. So what you can receive is kind of specific, and it might change in you, but it is this one form of attention that exists in this space, and it is movable. And keeping this as your main activity, see what would happen if you would direct your attention every now and then outside that circle. Can you see what's there? Can you allow to receive what's there? And can you allow that what you receive to exist in you and radiate it back? Allow it back out. Whether it is fear, interest. But if the idea was that it is not so much anything you create, but more something you notice, an activity you use, so to speak, to notice life. So as you are now receiving what's out there, which is not your creation, you just find it out there, it's another person, it's a certain feel of the room. Take the image that there's something that you could possibly contribute to this room, and that would be your presence. And every now and then, see if you feel like giving your presence to whoever is out there. Can you allow your presence to exist in the gaze of other people? And out of that place, see what would happen if every now and then you would, so to speak, face the energy of the audience and see what that would give to you. And out of that place, See if you can once encounter every person in this room. Can you receive the person in that second, not your idea of the person? Take the image that what's there can constantly change. We are never the same.
You think of radiating and receiving, that you kind of think about effort. And with this, it's not about effort. In fact, just the opposite. It's about eliminating effort and just allowing what's going to happen without that. And that was unusual.
And in this exploration, see what would happen if you took the image that everything you see has its validity, and everything that is happening in you has its validity. Every fear, every resentment, or every smile, or every sadness, can you accept what is in you as much as what is outside? And then at one point, can you include the audience in this activity, with the idea that whatever lives in the audience has its validity, and whatever lives in you has its validity. And in your own way, see if you can have a little conversation with the audience. By waving, doing the fist, pointing at them, smiling at them, turning away from them. And they might completely ignore you. They might be annoyed with you. They might be interested. But you see what it is. And you're looking to exist in this reality and to still influence it and to see what effect it has. It might be not what you intended. Something might be coming back and you feel misunderstood. Or it might be exactly what you intended. And then at one point, find a little end to this. And at the end of it, turn away from the audience. And the decision to turn around is yours. I don't really feel like being here, or you know what, I'm going to turn around. The truth is what is there. It's nothing you have to create. The question is, can we notice it? And when your back is turned to the audience, let's say one of you would start to maybe take one of these props, and with that prop, turn around and have a little moment with the audience, and maybe even say a line. But what if everything you did came only out of what you see? So you don't have to invent anything. You only have to stay open to what's there. Something will be given to you. Can you play into that?
I want to work. I want to work.
Yeah.
To work. Only something happened today. There's something in the air, something mysterious. I grew lighthearted. Suddenly it was as if my soul had wings. But there's something in the air, something mysterious. I don't know what it is.
Great.
Can I turn around?
Anytime. And again, the idea is to completely take whatever is given to you from what's there.
What a wonderful life it will be. What a wonderful life.
Great. So you don't have to do any work. Life is already there.
She's just a peasant. She doesn't do anything.
Great, and as you're working, there's something that is in you, but there's also something that's out here. And see if you can let it in even more.
Well, I like order in a house. I don't like things sloppy. And, I know what I'm talking about. I'm in charge of the house, and I know what I am talking about. I'm in charge. Don't cross me. Don't you dare cross me. I'm in charge, and I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Don't you dare, dare, dare cross me.
Great. And again, the idea is to take it from what meets you, what you receive.
Said the dog to the flea, "Don't jump on me."
We were using the audience to single out an activity, which is to receive something external that we haven't put there. You know, this is a particular style of theater. I don't suggest that what is intentional receiving, like with eye contact, is something that maybe clowns do. You know, and in theater, this is a particular style of theater. Maybe, you know, it isn't maybe naturalism. But we were not, I'm not suggesting, I might not suggest at this point that to create a certain style of theater, but to use the audience to single out an activity of the soul or an activity of our inner life. This is where radiating and receiving, as we are looking at it at this moment, plays in. Because in my opinion, this particular form of radiating is not a conscious activity in a sense of I'm radiating, but it is to allow other people to see us. It is an allowing of an energy that is in us to go out. At this point, we were not working with influencing that energy. We were just working from the actor's reality, which is, I'm on a stage. Where does the life come from? From the situation that people watch me. And then we go in there and see what that reality is. So that is just to say, that was what we were using to see if we can locate one of Chekhov's suggestions in our life experience. Next to that, it sounds like a good idea to radiate and to receive. When are we actually doing this? And that's where you were working with. You turned around and you had no safety net. So what you were doing, you were leaning into life. You receive something, you radiate something.
The moment, the true moment underneath everything is we are out here in front of all these people. And to say yes to that and let that come in is so freeing in a way, instead of fighting it. Yeah.
What the audience represented for your experience could be your scene partner, who might give something to you with which you completely don't agree. But you have the ability to receive it and give it back, accept it, but accept it in a way which is not an effort.
Sometimes my good intentions to work hard get in the way, actually, of the best stuff that might be happening inside of me within my scene partner and with an audience. If I could just stop trying to, be a good soldier in a way.
Chekhov said for him the actor was the theater. And he said theater is not happening here in this good soldier or there in that good soldier, but between. And what we were looking for is when is that a reality and not an idea?
When that cycle is happening between two people, you don't feel the need to perform. You're dealing with exactly what's happening in that moment and the next and the next and the next. And it's liberating, actually, I find.
I feel in this work more porous, like more like a, like, how do I just say this? Porous, yeah, like, but it's different than vulnerable. Because I feel vulnerable whether I'm pretending not to be vulnerable or not, whether I've gone on with my good preparation and it's still there. But it's just, I feel a little more available somehow. And then I'm still dealing with the same stuff I'm dealing with anyway. I seem to not be putting energy into avoiding the thing that I'm perhaps not disclosing out of habit, or out of fear, or out of a desire to have a certain effect.
Well, I think what she's saying is something I found when we were walking around prior to the props and meeting different people. I was surprised because there was a kind of discovery of impulses, things that surprised me, and I didn't act on them. I just sort of monitored. They were there, and some of them even, were a little spooky, but, and I think that's what she means by the vulnerability, at least for me, that's what it was, is that where did these come from, and why are they here now, and why am I feeling this way at this moment with this person? That was rich. I mean, I felt that was good stuff.
That is very interesting to me, because if we follow this for a second, if we imagine we rehearse a play, and in the periphery of that play is the context, which suggests a certain atmosphere or a situation, maybe people that are abandoned or lonely or God knows what, and we don't know anything about them. But we start working off each other in this environment. Maybe we find something out, because maybe these things suggest themselves, and then maybe you go with them. And then maybe I sit down there and I think, that is so beautiful. That is so right for the scene. But they kind of come to meet us because we are just working with our process, but we don't try to solve something, oh yeah, this is a difficult scene, what makes that scene work? But we kind of let it meet us as we work from one place, for instance, this place. But any place of this technique can be this point of discovery. That I find a very interesting observation, that something comes to meet us. And the origin of which we are not certain, but it could be inspiration. Let's go eat.
It's fun. No, it's not. It's not. It's excruciating pain. I'm tired.
As a tool,
Just like this kind of opening this corridor to the audience in a really real way, that acknowledging that they are there, whether it's this style or just the way we're working in the play. But suddenly there are a lot more possibilities.
Whatever it is you're experiencing with the character. It just is there for them. It's not like you're like hiding behind something. It's sort of...
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that everything has to be a style in which you're directly speaking to the audience.
Right.
But even, if we were doing Three Sisters, we would not be speaking
not
to the audience,
Not directly.
Of course, not
but,
directly.
At any point, in any of those moments that are more like soliloquies than anything
really
else,
listen to what's going on.
Share, it's like opening your heart to the audience.
It's like opening your heart to the audience.
I mean, I really liked that moment, when some of us were shaking our fist at the audience because it was a great surprise that I suddenly felt great.
Well, it's more like opening a door because so often there's something in between the actor and the audience.
All this work seems to invigorate and energize more than exhaust. I'm never tired from the work. I'm tired from other people, not from the Chekhov work.
Psychological gesture is based on a very simple concept, which is that behind everything that we say or do, there is a movement, there is a gesture. And Chekhov took that idea and created an acting tool. If we want to just get a sense of what it's like, right, let's take this moment. We're in a class. You're the students, I'm the teacher. What is it that I'm doing in movement? It suggests a giving, right? I'm teaching, I want to teach, an offering. And if you were suggesting the sense of a gesture as students, what would it be? Receiving, exactly. Or reaching, or if you didn't like what I was saying, you could just reject it. But in any event, the body intuitively knows what the direction of the gesture is. Let's go back to the contraction and expansion that Lenard was doing. Chekhov felt that the form was very important in creating the gesture because it would give you more power. And remember to take the moment before you begin to prepare for the gesture, to find the impulse. Breathe, inhale before you begin, and then begin to exhale on the gesture. And after you open, continue the opening. Feel that after you stop the movement, you are opening inside all of your organs, all of your bones, everything is open, and you can just keep opening. Don't forget to breathe. We tend to hold our breath when we do this gesture. And where are the hands? The fingers are open. Everything is open. Everything is reaching out into infinity. So that you're bringing this into the body by externalizing it. The other very important element is the polarity, that you want to start at one place and end at a place that is as far away as possible from the beginning, to give you that full sense of the journey of the body to this gesture. And after you've made the gesture, see if you can get in touch with the vibration of the gesture inside, the inner movement. Perhaps you are experiencing the gesture again. Maybe you're visualizing it. Release any unnecessary tension. This is very important in this work because some of the gestures require tension. And You don't want to squeeze your muscles because you're going to lose control and not be available anymore. This time, start in the contracted position. And I want you to see if you can find a sound that comes from the gesture. Not a sound that's imposed, not a sound that you have in your head that you think sounds like opening. If the sound doesn't come, don't use it. Frequently, you can find it by voicing the breath as you're exhaling and making the gesture. And it's easier to find the sound if you don't start the sound right at the beginning of the gesture, before you've allowed the movement to begin. And the sound can also continue after you've stopped the movement, when you're radiating. You can remember the sound, and it will bring the experience of the movement into the body. It's a very valuable thing if you can find it without forcing it. Great. Great. And that came right at the end of the gesture, right? It came at the point that it wanted to come. Right. And then continued or repeated itself, which is wonderful, so that you might be able to use that just to bring that openness back into the body.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Ted was saying when we did the qualities, that finding that little physical part, and it sort of helps get there quicker to the expansion. In this case, that breath sort of is always there.
Yeah.
Without having to do the whole movement.
Right. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because you might find that there is one place in the movement that it feels the strongest for you in terms of where you really begin to open. And it may be down here, or it could be up here, but it can, again, bring the inner movement into the body if you just focus on that one part. So that's something that you want to look for. Is there any, it's like a little clue or a little trigger. I'd like you just to try it again, and this time change the quality, right? Let's try it in staccato. See what happens. And I'm wondering if maybe, if the arms are, instead of here, are here, whether it would help, because then this is open.
Okay.
You know, if you're here, this is not quite as open.
When I go all the way from down here to up, I just lose it when I do it quickly. Like, there's just nothing there. It's just a movement.
Well, what if you think of it in terms of, I want to awaken?
Okay.
You know?
Okay. I felt a little better.
It looked like something was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the point of the gesture? Why did Chekhov think it would be helpful? I guess one of the most obvious is that since the challenge for the actor is to bring life to the words of the playwright, having some kind of inner movement, knowing what that is going to incite us. It's going to bring life to the text, right? And make it more active. But Chekhov's concept of the gesture really allows us to go much farther than that. By physicalizing what we want to do, and the gesture is almost always connected with what we want to do. What is our wish? What is our desire? we must physicalize it, physicalize the idea. So it cannot just be something that we've analyzed, that we've figured out. It has to be something we can put in the body. So putting it in the body connects us to our will, and it arouses our will. It summons the will. And everything we do in the play has to do with our will. We are moving through the play with our will. What I'd like to do now is give each of you a basic gesture, which I call the sort of the family of gestures, right? And there are many objectives that can be connected with these gestures, so that it's a helpful guide. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to start by just using one part of the body, right? Because we don't sort of think of these gestures as being full-blown at the beginning, right? We have to create them. How do we find them? Okay, so maybe it's just the hand feels like it's doing something connected with this gesture, right? And once you feel the hand is working for you, you know, you can bring in the arm and the shoulder, and then let the body lead you into making this a full archetypal gesture. And by that we mean it's full body, it's extended as far as it can go. And don't rush it, right? Sometimes the body will move very quickly into a gesture. It just feels intuitively this is right. But don't feel you have to rush into doing something that is the result of an idea. Let the body lead you. Be aware of the direction that the body feels it wants to go. And frequently you'll find that you're starting with something very literal, right? You have an image or a sense of what the literal movement is. That's a good place to begin. Don't worry about the cliche, but then extend it from there, moving into an archetypal form.
So it's a full body penetrates, like
exactly. So the whole, even the lower part of the body feels like it's penetrating. The knee, as it's moving through space, is penetrating. Everything is penetrating, right? And even though you're not moving your feet, that the feet are engaged. Everything is engaged. We frequently don't involve the lower part of the body enough, but that's where the will is. And so even though we're not moving, we don't want to have stiff legs where we're just moving the upper part of the body, that the lower part is always engaged. Good. And Jess, I think you can, your head is sort of moving back so that you have the sense, even though your head doesn't have to be down, that the head is also pushing, right? Is also behind the body. Don't go farther than is comfortable so that you lose your balance, okay? So just do the best kind of grounding for yourself. Hang on to it, and the push is continuing out into the space, right? Once you stop the movement. But you know, you can only go as far as you can hold on to. It's interesting that the sound, usually I think you're probably better off not making a step, but sometimes it helps you, as in this case. And what's interesting is that the sound of your foot might be the sound that you can then incorporate.
It feeds a little bit.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you could also use your voice, but you You don't have to
Right.
necessarily,
Right.
because that.
Let me try the foot, yeah, so.
Do you feel like you want to vocalize
I
it?
feel
or-
like I do a little bit just so I'm not holding in.
Yeah,
but I want
exactly.
to smash through something
Right.
and release.
Yeah, and it just could be some kind of a voiced breath or whatever comes out. Good. That's a great sound. That's a great sound.
Now I have a question about radiating, like, because it feels like I finished the tear. But what feels right actually is to see, can you radiate the tear? Like something that continues to tear and tear.
See if you can continue the sound.
Okay.
Or if you have to do the sound again after
After
you've
the-
stopped. If it sort of flows into the sound.
Okay.
You know, that might help you in terms of radiating the tear.
Okay. Okay.
Don't start the sound too soon.
That's too soon.
Too soon. Let it come from the movement. Breathe. That help?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're the only ones who can really evaluate whether this is the strongest way of expressing this gesture, right?
Right.
By doing it and then saying, well, it doesn't feel strong enough, so how can I change it? Maybe my shoulder, right? Maybe it's just a shoulder, or maybe it's the way the head is. Experiment with different directions as well, because you want to use the space. You know, you can use the back space, you can use above, below, and so on. So don't always feel that the gesture has to be just in this direction, right? There's always a question with embrace about, you know, well, am I hugging someone? Should I pretend that I have someone here? Or am I hugging myself? Or what? And the thing is, you don't want to make it some specific person because that's limiting, right? These are gestures that you want to serve for anything. I mean, when you're playing a character, it's going to get a little more specific. But
I'm also starting to get this really fanciful image. Like I have these huge wings that are going like that.
Well, that's great. That's
I don't know where
lovely.
this is coming from.
Well, but it gives you a kind of movement, a quality of movement.
Right.
That, yeah. So, you know, if you have images, incorporate them. You know, ultimately you're going to want to let the images go because they're going to be too specific for a basic gesture. But they will feed you. They're like a resource. And so whatever images come in are, you know, are gifts. But don't get stuck in the image.
So in a basic gesture, we're sort of training in awareness, so we don't want to get too far into any one specific thing.
Exactly. What is the feeling of a psychological gesture, right? The feeling of making an archetypal gesture. These are not gestures we generally make. And so they're made for a particular purpose, and they are just a great resource. But you really want to experience the gesture. As Ted said, it is an experiential technique. And this is crucial with the gesture, that it not be mechanical. It's very easy for it, you know, for you to make a gesture and feel that you're doing it, but it's not really affecting you. And so part of the training in learning this gesture is to know the difference between when you're just making the gesture or when you're really allowing the experience to come into the body without forcing it. So, okay. I'd like you to go back to these gestures and find the one that you really feel is the strongest for you. Whatever quality that is, whether it's staccato or molding or doing it sensually or powerfully. So find the quality that you feel is the strongest, right? And then make it 3 times, and then just imagine that what you want to say is good morning. And you don't have to do it out loud at first. You can just do it sort of in your head. You can whisper it. You just try to connect it. It's like slipping the gesture into the words. Okay? But let the gesture really work for you, even if it sounds, you know, whatever it sounds. Okay? Don't censor it. Don't inhibit it. You know, ultimately, we're going to hide it. We're not going to let everybody know that we just want to push them, right? But initially, we want to make that connection with the voice and the intention and the physicality. And you may want to actually make the sound first a couple of times, and then you'll find that the sound actually becomes incorporated sometimes in the sound of the voice. So that sometimes, if you're lucky, you can actually find a character voice through the sound, even though the sounds are frequently very primal.
Good morning.
Good morning! Looks like there's a little tension in here. There's a little tension in here.
Good morning!
Better.
Good morning! Good morning!
Good morning!
Good morning!
Bethany, what's happening to the head? Maybe your head just needs to twist a little bit more, because the ringing is about twisting.
Right.
Right? So, see what happens to the head, just an awareness of your head.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
That's it. Good.
Good morning.
Okay, and just watch the hands so that, yeah, so everything is twisted in the ringing.
Good morning. 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 Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Great. So, what's so interesting is that oftentimes characters emerge, right? I mean, I don't know where your character came from, Mel, but...
Well, there was a playfulness. Mm-hmm. It was fun the way to grasp and pull things. There was so much fun out there. But there were a lot of heavy people around.
Chekhov gives us the gesture as a wonderful place to begin. This is always the actor's problem. How do I start? Where do I begin? I have to find this character. Right? Cast in this play, rehearsals are coming, so what do? Do I write a history of the character? Do I figure out exactly what I'm doing? What do I do? And Chekhov says, and Stanislavski said actually, later in life, he came to the same conclusion, that you start with your imagination and your intuition, while it's still free, and before you've made all these acting choices. Because once you've made these decisions, it's very hard to go back and start all over again. So he says, you read the play several times, you get a sense of what the character is doing. Or you read it and say, what did I do? What have I done? So that you get an idea of what the objective of the character is, what the super objective is, what they're doing through the whole play. And then you start bringing it into the body and listening to the body and creating some movement that is going to begin to engage the will. Another very, very valuable reason that we use the gesture is to find the core of the character. And by physicalizing it, we are finding a way of putting it into the body in a simple, direct, expressive way, rather than it just being an idea that doesn't serve us. An idea can be translated and physicalized, but it needs to be more than just an idea in order to be actable, in order to be usable. When we find the essence of the character through the will, through what the character wants to do, we really have a sense of who the character is. Does anybody know what an archetype is? Huh? Any ideas about?
Well, I like to think of it as an essential nature of something, the underlying aspects.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a universal quality that's always present.
Mm-hmm. If you think of a character, you think of what are the possible archetypes. We all have more than one. Take a character like St. Joan. She was an adolescent. She was a warrior. She was a servant of God. She was a prisoner. You might say in the beginning, she was more of just an adolescent. But that quality changes and pervades the play at the same time. So that what it does is it gives us information that we might not think of. It's a resource. And frequently by thinking of the archetype for the character, you come up with ideas that are very valuable in terms of layering in who the character is. So that when you're beginning to work on it, if you layer in this gesture for an archetype, and then on top of that, you put in the gesture for the objective of the scene, let's say. You don't have to worry about thinking about two things at once because the body remembers. If you put that archetype of the adolescent into the body, and then you put in, I want to save France, you have a very interesting combination, but you don't have to think about the adolescent. You can only think about the thing that's taking the primary focus. So what I'd like to do is to go into your imaginations and think about a politician. Just see what comes up in your imagination. What images you have, watch the image. You can make the image do something if you want to, and see if you can find out where the image moves. Is it making a gesture? Don't look for a psychological gesture. Just look for something that is in the nature of the politician, something that is characteristic of the politician. Don't worry about cliches, whatever comes up. Okay, Anne? No, don't talk about it. I just want you to come up and do something. Okay, just follow the image and see where it leads you. Good, and just keep going with that gesture. Just see what else is involved in terms of the rest of the body. Right, just follow it, the direction of it, the movement of it. What does it feel like you're doing?
It feels like a pull.
A pull, okay. But a particular kind of pull.
Yeah, like a kind of, with a quality of force.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a pushing down and a pulling in.
That's okay. That's okay. Just follow the body. Okay, now let's bring in the other arm, right? Or the shoulders, whatever you feel can follow naturally that pulling or pushing. And just keep enlarging it. Good. Now it's becoming more of a taking, grasping. Good. And maybe you can, right? Right. And maybe you can reach for it a little bit. It's a little bit harder to get. Right. Bring in that other arm in the beginning. I think that was very strong. Good. And at the end, keep going, keep going. And at the end, keep moving. That's it, moving the body. So that you're giving yourself more space, but you're also kind of hiding it.
Yes.
You know? So that the grasping is going into something else, which is I'm taking it and it's my secret, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And breathe. Okay. And even at the end, possibly your head can come into this hiding, right? Head, shoulders. Good. This time, just see if there's a sound that might come into the gesture as you're making it at some point, naturally. Really reach for it. That's it. That's it. Good. And see if the sound can come from a little deeper in your will, right? What do you feel is the strongest, if you're wrapping words around it, what's the strongest way that you could express this gesture?
Getting something quickly.
How about grab?
Okay, grab. Grab will work.
And raise the stakes. It's life or death.
The sound is not coming that easily.
That's okay. Just don't expect it all to happen all at once. It's just let it develop. Good.
I'm missing something because there's a something about bringing it in, and then there's a kind of a little bit of a ringing to it.
A ringing to it.
There's a pull, but it's pulling it in.
That's okay because you're going from expansion to contraction.
Okay.
So it does have that ringing.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, good. So this is one kind of politician.
Right.
There are many kinds of politicians, right? But this one, your image of one, is one who is taking something and holding it, hiding it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's an image that could help you in a character that is not a politician.
Right. That has the archetype of a politician.
Exactly.
Who's a grocer.
I mean, Natasha. Natasha could be a politician, right? Because it's manipulative and it's taking. So the archetypes can work in lots of different ways. Okay, good. So everybody up. What I'd like to do is work on archetypes for the characters in Three Sisters so that you can get a sense of how to apply these to your own roles and see if you can find the gesture for the archetype. Follow, start small, and just keep developing it and see where it leads you. So Bethany, have you, what were you thinking of for Natasha?
I was thinking of the addict.
Of the addict. Because
the direction is a insatiable hunger and a pulling and a sucking, and so the part that fed me the most was the insatiable part of it. That it's a constant taking in, and kind of wanting to say suck the life out of everyone around,
yeah.
you know, it's like a, pulling
Good.
in kind of.
Good, okay, so where does that start?
Well, I mean, immediately it kind of goes to the belly, but it feels a lot bigger than that. It feels like it's coming from the air. That's, I mean, she's a vacuum.
The world.
Yeah, the world from behind and from the sides and from, and actually what that does is it lifts her up, right? So it's a sucking to lift her up kind of thing.
And maybe if it's sucking, because that's such a great word and a great image, right? That it actually, I mean, you're filling yourself as an addict, you're filling yourself so that it might have a consuming quality. Yeah, like swallowing everything.
It comes from everywhere.
Good. And see if you can begin to simplify that and make it into one gesture that feels the strongest you can make it.
How do you get it all? You know, this is really the question.
And I mean, it doesn't have to go into the mouth. I mean, that was just a suggestion. It could go into the body. It could go into the guts.
I actually feel like it kind of goes through her birth canal. Do you know what I mean? I do.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh, very. Okay, all right, okay. And you know, and then you might think of a line from the play that you want to sort of begin to use with that gesture and see what happens. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Soglioni, okay. And did you decide on an archetype that you like the best?
I'm working with Conqueror.
The Conqueror.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've been working with this kind of motion.
Good. So he's really kind of pushing down, right? Which is a very good gesture for Soglioni.
Right. I get the. It seems as everything that he says, everything that he does is about that. It's about pushing or sometimes pulling the atmosphere and everybody around him down. While at the same time, he rises up.
Right. If you start lower, you'll have a larger space in which to grow, which to pull up.
So if I start.
It's, you know, it's interesting. It just feels like you're in a dark hole there, you know, which feels right for Soglioni, you know, so that image might help you in terms of getting down without it being, you know, mechanical. Good, good. And if you can, as you're rising, if you can continue to push, if you can work it out so that the pushing is happening at the same time as the lifting and you stop at the same place,
So it's almost
it'll
like-
give you that inner pull.
It's almost like I'm pushing myself up while I'm pushing everybody else
That's
down.
right.
Right.
That's right.
I'm using them to push myself up.
Good. Can you think of a line of the text that you can try? It can almost be anything. I mean, could even do it with cluck, cluck, cluck.
Okay, I'll do that. Cluck, cluck, cluck.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. It is good.
Yeah, it
it
feels
is
good.
good. I never thought of him as the conqueror, but but that's how he thinks of himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. The gesture is, as Chekhov described it, a charcoal sketch. It's not the final thing. It's like a base. It's this spine in a way. So that don't feel that the way you say the line has to be the way you're going to say the line. It's just a way of exploring what's underneath the line.
Maybe it is just the one I did before with the line.
Mm-hmm.
Try it. I thought, why in the world are we making these big gestures? I didn't understand that there's this whole thing that has to happen inside. I thought, I don't know why they think this stuff works. You need to be receptive in some ways to something working on you. And that means that on some level, you have to suspend your disbelief for just a little bit and say, well, is this gesture, when someone goes like this to me, is it different? Is it a little bit different than when someone goes like that to me, which is the turn of a hand? But if you can awaken your senses to it, and that's what I didn't understand about psychological gesture. And so I think that it takes time to awaken that. You're not going to walk around showing someone your psychological gesture. It's for you.
Amo, amas, amat, amamos, amantes, amant!
Amo, amas, amat, amamas, amantes, amant.
Hide it even more.
Amo, amas, amat, amamas, amantes, amant.
Try whispering it.
Amo, amas, amant, amamas, amantes, amant.
Mm-hmm.
Last?
Good. Yeah. Good. The thing is that you can show as little or as much as you choose. You can do very, very little, but underneath you have this huge pool of energy that's coming from the will. So that the gesture can still be very, very large inside, and we see something that is very compelling because there's something underneath it, right? So it really prevents you from empty words and stuff that, is not meaningful. Yeah, very strong, very strong.
Different than that. Sort of struggling with two images for the archetype, and I think I'm going to go with the lover, the father of the lover. And he seems that he says, I don't care about everything, and I think it's because he cares too much.
Right.
He's sort of trying to convince himself that it really doesn't matter, but it does. I've sort of, this is reaching, it started out as an almost an embracing, and it was like this pulling and a protecting sort of feel to it. So it was like, but as a rocking, it started out as a sort of rocking movement, and then just
and just keep trying to enlarge it.
Little bird. My little bird. My little sweet bird. The only thing worth anything to me is your love. And if not for you, I would have been dead long ago. Didn't I cradle you in my arms? Oh. Oh. Is it a fragileness, a delicateness, but there's a desperation to hold it, to retain it.
And often it's so interesting how gesture can create emotion. I mean, in a very direct way. I mean, sometimes it sort of begins a physical sensation and then, moves into the emotion, but sometimes it's like a direct line, just, whew, it's just like a kind of volcano that just the minute you move in a certain way that's right for the character in that moment, it just happens.
Yeah.
And as we were saying earlier, there are surprises. There are so many surprises with a gesture.
Yeah, there's even a surprise in the movement there. I didn't know why, because when I was working, the head never went down, but it just collapsed into it.
Yeah, and also the sound was, it was the sound of your heart. It's just, yeah, that was lovely.
I can't remember the word for window or ceiling in Italian.
Good. Just, what occurred to me is that maybe instead of taking, it's a reaching for the dream.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of feels...
when you're reaching for the word for window in Italian, but it also is reaching for the dream rather than taking it. So the dreamer is wanting to get there.
Yeah,
right?
that I would stay out.
Yeah,
and not
that you
come
would
back.
stay out. Try that.
Yeah. I can't remember the word for window or ceiling in Italian. It's really sad.
That could be the psychological gesture for the super-objective, for the whole play. Is what she's reaching for and never gets, yeah.
I'm so unused to being in company.
Now hide it.
I'm so unused to being in company.
Hide it even more. You're being polite.
I'm so unused to being in company.
What it supplies is an inner movement. And when you're in front of the camera, particularly when you're auditioning, and you're in a small frame and you can't really move, it gives you that inner movement and inner life.
I'm so unused to being in company.
Another very valuable thing about the gesture is that it allows us, once we found the gesture, it allows us to warm up the character when we're in rehearsal or in performance so that we get into the character space when we're going from what Fern says is our subway self onto the stage, how do we get there? How do we transform ourselves every night, right? And if we've worked on the gesture in rehearsal, then we have an immediate way of getting in touch through the body, which affects us, of course, in every other way, influences us. This gesture is a rehearsal tool. It is not seen on the stage. It may be reflected in our natural behavior. For instance, if I'm giving, as we said, my gestures might reflect that offering. I mean, they're not going to be this, like this. So that you'll find that this will creep in to your behavior. And it will be character behavior. It will not be necessarily your own behavior. It will have a fragrance of someone else. It makes your acting more expressive. And if you've used it in rehearsal, it becomes incorporated in the text so that it's still an inner movement, but you don't have to think about it. It doesn't get primary focus anymore. And now try the line with a gesture.
Why you keep that old woman, I'll never know.
You were so rude to Nana just now.
I like order in a house. I don't like things sloppy.
Excuse me, I'm in no condition for such scenes.
Either I don't understand you, or you don't want to understand me.
I've aged 10 years this day.
Don't you dare cross me. Don't you dare. I know what goes on in the house. You know what goes on in the school. And if I say something about the servants, then I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
So you felt that it was helpful to do continuous gestures.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a way of exploring, the whole process. It could also be just a gesture at the beginning of the scene or the beginning of the beat that sort of connects that particular scene with what what the objective is, and then you can just use it as an inner movement. Ultimately, it might be confusing or complicated to go back and forth, but as an exploration, it's certainly worth doing whatever you feel is going to get you somewhere else. It feels to me as though the gesture you found for the archetype could actually work for all of those lines.
Yeah,
because you're sucking her up.
Right.
You're sucking up and you're sucking her up, and so that it's helpful, I think, to go to the simplest first.
Right.
And if that doesn't help you, if you need something else, go somewhere else. But sometimes if you just continue to start to move, and with the line, it's hard to focus on two at the same time. So the gesture could become kind of perfunctory or mechanical.
Yeah.
You really want to do the gesture, right? Try it with the line, and then say the line without it with the inner gesture.
Okay.
So that might allow you to really experience the gesture more than if you're continuing to do a whole bunch of them.
I felt for mine that there's really only one moment in the text where there's a huge explosion, and the rest of the time the quality is really different. So that perhaps there would be even an outer something that is part of that one moment of explosion, but the rest of the time it's
she doesn't want to hear
something
it.
else.
And maybe just trying to
push
her away.
That's Yeah.
Right. Mel, can you extend it a little bit more? Just make it a little bigger. What do you feel like you're doing?
I'm holding him off, you know, I'm
Pushing him back?
pushing him back, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because he's...
All right. Well, really push him.
All
Really
right.
push him.
Okay.
I
You're
mean,
strong.
not really push him, but
Okay, I know. Okay.
that's it. The hands, let the hands push instead of... Good. What do you feel like you're doing?
It's a smash.
Smash.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We had this lovely Caucasus dinner. It was first an onion soup and then a meat dish called kahartma.
Cherem Shah. It's not a meat dish, it's an onion.
No, my dear boy. Kahartma isn't an onion, it's a meat dish.
And I'm telling you, Cherem Shah is an onion.
And I'm telling you that kahartma is a meat dish.
And I'm telling you, Cherem Shah is an onion.
Why do I even argue with you? You've obviously never been to the Caucasus and you've never had kahartma.
I've never had Cherem Shah because I can't stand it. It tastes worse than garlic.
Good. 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 Did the gestures work for you?
Yeah.
Seem to. Seem to. And you know, if in the course of working on it, if you feel you're losing it, you know, or you've come to a kind of an empty place, just make the gesture again, and then just keep going. Chekhov said, you cannot always produce an emotion, but you can always make a gesture. So that is something that can really happen. And so that the fact that the gesture leads you to the emotion is really a great tool.
Everyone's ready? We're going to work with the imaginary center and with image. There's a little bit difference between image and an inner movement, but they're very evocative and provocative things. So this is taking a step towards character, okay? Because we worked, as you remember, in Ted's class with this ideal center, and we're going to start there, but a character, or all of us, actually, people, we all have a center. It's the place where movement begins, where everything begins, even speech begins. It comes out of this particular place in us. We're going to work with this here, this center here, which is the head, the thinking part of the human, and here in the chest, which is the feeling part of the human, and here, which is in the pelvis, which is the willing part. But you can have centers anywhere. But we'll start simply by doing what I always like to do, and just move your arm, please. Just see what it is to move the arm. Good. And I'd like you to imagine that it's possible that you can begin the movement in the head. So you're lifting the arm from the head. And just notice if there's any difference in that particular movement for you. You can turn the head. It starts there. Now we're going to lift the arm from the chest. The impulse to make the movement begins in the chest. We take a simple movement like waving. Hello, Anne. Hey, Zach. No. See if you can walk. The movement to walk begins here. Good. Very good. So now we'll work with this one here. Just wake it up a bit. We're going to move the arm again from the pelvis. Hugh. No.
John.
Turn the head from, but the movement begins here. Look at something. You. And you walk from there. Try sitting. Standing. All right. So we woke up these three centers. This work is the imaginary center because we can imagine that the character has a center in one of these places. But we can make it really very specific and coming close to really a real transformation by working with image. Now, we already did work with one image. You had placed the sun in the chest, right? Do you remember that? So can you do that now? So we're putting this picture now in the chest, the sun. Now, it's a great thing, this sun. It's got light and it's got heat. It's a wonderful, ideal sort of picture. And as soon as you locate it, you can feel some kind of shift. So we're using our imagination and putting it in this wonderful instrument, the body, and things start to shift, right? So just take your right hand and scratch your nose, but let the sun do the work. Look at something on the right. Really look at something. Let the sun that's in your chest walk you. Let it sit you. Stand you up. Would you come and get a prop? And do something with it. Find some things that you can do with it. Doesn't matter if it's the thing that it's supposed to do. But a couple of different things, there are a couple of different tasks that you can do with this object. But everything you do, it's going to start in the chest, and it's the sun that's going to do the work for you. Doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you like to do. Just stand there for a moment with your prop in your hands and make a shift. We're going to take this sun that's in the chest and put it in the head. It's the same picture, but it's changing location. There's another shift. Don't do anything until you feel the shift. The image is in the body, and the image is going to do the work. So you can take a simple gesture like scratching your nose or running your hands through your hair or something like that. And that will lead us to more complicated things like playing with your props. It walks you. It sits you. Just give yourself over to the image and say yes to whatever comes. Perhaps you can do the same things that you just did with these props to see how it's different, if it is different. Let's take the sun that's in your head and put it here in the pelvis. You can feel it radiating through the rest of the body, but it's centered there. Look at somebody. Look at something. Wave. Let it walk you. Sit you. Run you.
Let's change it, all right? So it was here in the pelvis, and now we're gonna change the picture, but we'll stay in the same location. I want you to change it to its complete opposite, which would be a block of ice. It's there in the pelvis. It's about this big, all right? It's like milky on the inside, and then it's dripping. It's melting, one drip at a time, here in the pelvis. So everything you do, you're going to let the ice that's in your pelvis do it. Hey, John. Hi, Leonard. Whatever's there, you just have to say yes to it. And then you're free. Because it's the ice that's doing the work. One thing you can ask yourself while doing this is, what kind of person is this? What kind of person would have a block of ice in their pelvis? That's the question that you can ask yourself while you're working around with these things, so that maybe someday you need to play a character who has a block of ice in their pelvis. You'll recognize that right away, and you'll know how to do it. So just be aware and attentive to the characters that you're working on in the Three Sisters, and see if we can find these centers, okay? So let's take the block of ice that's here and put it here in the chest. Let it walk you. Is there a difference between the sun and the ice? Yes. What kind of difference? What happens to the movements?
With the ice, they're more succinct, I guess. Putting on the gloves was a much more direct process.
Mm-hmm. Now we're going to work with a picture that has some movement in it. All right? So I'd like you to imagine here in your belly, which is still connected to this will center, is a pot of honey. And this honey is miraculously filling up from below and just running down the sides of the pot. So it's just like this slow downward flow of this thick golden honey that just is always in this downward motion. But it's slow, thick, like honey. As soon as you can put that picture there, there's an energy shift. Something happens. Right? And you can leave your attention there. You can scratch your nose. Look through your pockets. To use a center like this with images, it's very easy, as you can see, to transform. Something happens immediately, and you stay with it. Now, if you're going to work with this in rehearsal, you have to have kind of courage, and you have to be able to say, this is what I'm going to work on in rehearsal for these 2 nights. I'm going to put all my attention on this honey pot, or whatever it is, and listen to the director, do what the director asks you to do, but this is my work. And then it'll have found its place, and you can forget about it. You can start to layer these techniques and find real transformation into somebody who's not you. Okay, good. Let's take it out of the belly and put it in the head. Same picture. The whole body begins to shift. Something changes. Uh-oh. Yeah, just do that. You should do that. Yeah.
That's nice, Hugh.
Let me see. Tell me how it works.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mel. Oh, it looks
okay.
It looks really
Do I look like Humphrey Bogart?
It looks really, really good.
Hey, Mel, could I have your hat?
No problem.
And I'll take Snowy.
Okay.
Thanks for a while.
Hey. That's much better. You like it?
John, your clothes don't fit.
Okay, all right, let's lead this. Just let it go. Let's try this picture, we'll stay in the head, all right? But we get even more local, all right? So I'd like you to imagine that your eyes are razor blades. Simple gestures lead to more complicated things. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Then find something to do.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'm not telling what to do, I'm suggesting that you do something.
I get that. Thank you. Good boy, take care of myself.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Well, no.
Try that again.
Let's hope so.
Nice glasses.
Are you all right?
What's that supposed to mean?
Nice glasses.
You got a problem with my
I
glasses?
know, I'm just looking at your glasses.
Are you dead? Are you all right?
Nice glasses. Sit down, Bethany.
Yeah.
Sit.
You got my game?
Hi.
You think you got my game? You don't got my game. You don't have my game.
Anything else you'd like me to do? Come on.
Yeah, polish my feet.
Yeah, polish his feet.
Sure, fine. Anything else you'd like me to do?
Polish the other one.
Fine. Anything else you'd like me to do?
No, that's
I
sufficient.
didn't. He's
Thanks.
doing it.
Let's just lose this here. But I want. Okay, thank you. No, they're not nice people, particularly with razor blades in their eyes. Now we're going to stay in the same location, okay? And just make your eyes now the flames of candles. Would you like this cane?
If you really like it.
How about this? You give me the hat. I'll give you the gloves.
Thanks, John.
It's making me an exchange.
Like my hat?
I'd love that. Sure. No problem. Thanks. I think they'll look nice on you.
So you like my scarf?
Put them on. Yeah, put them on. You're out. Listen.
Thank you. Thank you. I like them. I mean, I really like them.
Do you?
Very thoughtful.
Do you want a glove?
What kind of person is that? Very much nicer. What's the difference, qualitatively, what's the difference between razor blades there and flames of candles there? What happened to the energy in the body when you made the shift?
Well, the razor blades were really sharp and direct, and they pierced. And this flame, it had a glow, and it was warm, and it was inviting, and just changed everything that I did.
Well, it's an interesting thing, too, that, I mean, we're all working on the same picture, so it has also the power to change the atmosphere in the room. I mean, just simply, you know. Things became much warmer, much more expansive and open towards each other. The other was very aggressive and cutting.
There's also people who live in their bodies and everything starts from their body, just talking about a character. And then there's other people who kind of have some life that goes on around them, you know? So as Jess said, a little bit more inviting, or they're a little bit more in tune with some stuff that goes on around them, and that's just pure character.
Sometimes when I'm working with centers, I sometimes do this thing where I think it's got to fill the whole body, like it's got to start somewhere and then fill the whole body. And I was just experimenting with, well, what if it didn't? What if I just did what you said to do, which is just let the candles be in my eyes. And then, even though I may not feel candle flame in my hands, there's still something that's happening there.
Yeah, I don't think that you're expected to feel candle flames in your hands. Your hands are going to be a reflection of the center, but they're not going to have, you're not going to experience candle flames in your hands because they're not there.
Yeah.
They're here, right?
Yeah.
But this is where everything begins. This is why we can call it a center. And many people say, well, can you have, more than one center, or can you move it around? And Chekhov talks about moving it around, but then that's for another effect, if you will, right? If it stays, then it truly is a center. Right, and you can, sometimes it happens to all of us on stage, we get lost, right? We all of a sudden, we're standing here and we're ourselves all of a sudden, and oh my God, I'm really supposed to be a character. This will always bring you home. If you've established it for yourself, you always can come home to the character. And so it's a wonderful device just to ground us, and that's why we can call it a center.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try another one. We'll put it in the chest here, and again, this one's going to move, and it's a butterfly that's flying inside the chest. Okay. It's contained in there. It can't get out of there, right? But it flies in there.
Please. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right.
All right.
Change again? Yeah. Change that again. All right. Want to do it again?
Yeah.
One more time. Okay.
Hi again. Hi.
We said hi before. We said hi before.
Can you just give me a little more? Sorry. This class is a little weird, huh?
Yeah, it's a little
Razor blades to stuff, to...
But he didn't like it when I went like this.
No. That's, yeah. It's not where you're supposed to wear a glove.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I like gloves, but So.
I like gloves. I like gloves.
You like gloves?
I just got these.
Do your gloves make some test here?
No, I'm not
I'm
saying
sorry,
it's
what?
fat, I'm saying it had a small.
What?
Stretching it out? Yeah. Oh, this looks really great.
That's nice.
Yeah, you're trying to make fun of me, right?
I like this.
You're making fun of me.
I said, do your gloves match your chest hair?
You're really freaking me out.
Did you?
He's freaking me out.
Leonard, right?
Maybe
Freaking
switch
me out.
to another one.
That's great.
Nice to meet you. Maybe switch to
Yeah, we're going to switch to something else
Okay.
here.
That'd
Just
be
let
great.
this go. Let it go. Easy come, easy go, right? It's gone. It's gone. You control it all, right? Okay, now let's make the heart a smooth, cool, black stone.
Just gonna fold it better.
You didn't like the way it was folded?
No, I didn't. It's all right.
Thank you.
No, I think so. What do you think about gloves inside?
So, but that hat doesn't work on you.
Case in point.
I don't honestly care what you think of my hat.
Are you going to go out with a hat? Okay.
Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen, gentlemen.
Maybe I'll stick with this hat.
I think it's just better for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that they're both unattractive.
Well, I think it's really, really foolish to wear gloves inside.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey. Fine now. How are you? Not doing too bad. That's good. That's very good. Yeah. Nothing.
Now what do we look like?
So, what's the matter?
You look like you need an enema.
Are you gonna allow this?
Yeah. Why not allow it?
Totally uncalled for.
What I just did?
No, the language that she
Her
uses.
language isn't totally uncalled for.
Who cares?
She's not well.
I'm bored. I'm
You want
bored.
an excited
I'm
enema?
bored.
Sit down. Have a Coke.
Oh, I'm in a class of my own. Really. Ew.
Okay, let's leave this, please. What kind of person is this?
Not happy.
Spiteful. Yeah, bitter.
Spiteful, bitter, instigator.
We even have this in our language, right? Say it's a heart of stone. Jack Colvin, who was working with Chekhov, later in his life before he died, said that he was really interested in this kind of idioms, like he's as a heart of stone, this kind of thing, because it's a sort of cliche, but so we just made a heart of stone, and what did it do to you? So take a moment to talk about your characters, right? And this is this thinking center, we can call it, right? This is the feeling center, we can call it. This is the willing center, we can call it. These ideas of thinking and feeling and willing are a huge principle in the Chekhov technique. And if you understand what they mean and you understand the difference between them, you can do so much. So just thinking about the characters that you have, that you're playing here, you're playing Natasha. Is she a thinking person, a feeling person, or a willing person?
She's a willing person.
She's a willing person. Okay, so you know that you can locate her center there, right?
Mhm.
There are other places in the body that are reflective of the will, but these are good to work with, right? So, and for Vershinin.
Well, if we go with the idealist, he's up in his head, he's a philosopher.
He's a thinking person.
Thinking person.
Great.
Totally feeling, but he wants to be thinking. He doesn't want to feel, but that's the core one.
This is an interesting inner conflict, really, to be a feeling person and to not want to feel things.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting thing. There's a lot of inner tension that can come from this, and you can really make something out of this. But so you can work with the center in the chest, yeah? And what about Irina?
I think she's actually similar. She's a feeling, but she's a lot of times thinking, and it's this battle between what she feels and what she thinks she should do, and she's constantly fighting that through.
What do you think dominates?
The heart.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that's a good place for you to start to work, right?
Yeah.
See what you can find there.
You disagree with me? Is that what you're saying, or no?
Yes, I disagree with you. But it doesn't matter. I'm not playing the part. You're playing the part. It's your choice.
She's a feeler.
And what about Masha?
I think she's a feeler. That it's from here. I would guess there's a lot of turmoil around what's happening because of her two relationships, but I think it starts here.
Okay. And Olga?
Yeah, well, this is really interesting to me because I think our characters get excited in the places where they are not centered.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that Olga's head hurts and her heart flutters because she's a doer. She's down here all the time active, and that's why she can't get what's going on here. So now I just understood that because of what you just said, and that makes a lot of sense to me.
Right. We have to have all three working to become a complete human being. Right away, you see that you can do a lot with this. They're wonderful containers to put things in, but characters, one of them is going to dominate. And so we can work there. Now, what about Solioni?
I think he's a willing person.
He's a willing person.
And I think all of his other centers, his thinking and his feeling centers are all sort of pushed through that will center. Whenever he has those impulses, they go straight there.
Right. Now, I developed a little test for the character, which I call a slap test. And when I'm working as an actor, I give my character the slap test. And that is, if you slap the character, what's the first thing they're going to do? If they say, what was that about? Then you can start that they're a thinking person, right? If they get angry or get hurt, you know, this is what is a feeling person. If they slap you back immediately, well, then you know they're probably a willing person. So I give my characters these little tests, you know, this little test, and then it's a nice place to begin. Did any of the centers that we worked on, or any of the pictures that we worked on, did they feel like you could probably work with these as character?
I found a little something in the razor eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we said she's a willing character, so you want to look for something down lower, right?
Right.
This is in the thinking.
Maybe I could have a razor pelvis.
But something that's sharp, maybe. Yes, there.
Sure.
I mean, you can work with it. You don't have to have a specific picture. You can work simply with quality, you know, and say that the center is soft. Right? I mean, I think that Chekhov leads us to work in this way much more, to work with the quality of the center. Is it brittle, or is it dry? Or is it kind of moist, or lumpy, or, you know, pointed? And I'd like to give you one of the centers that Chekhov gives in his book as an example, and that's that your nose, the tip of your nose, is a sharpened pencil point.
You know, character has gotten such a bad rap in like theater and film, and especially television, that we so often don't play characters. Everybody's be truthful, be honest, work off yourselves. All that's true. However, I found, even for the camera, you can put a center in your head, and so you're not yourself. You can change just a little bit. It's a secret. No one has to know. And the distance of communication for the camera is, you know, it's a little smaller, but you can actually kind of bring something a little more enriching and, you know, say, I'm actually playing a character, because actually every part we play is a character part.
Get it.
What don't you
Get
believe this? Of course I get it, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jessica.
Hello? You look very good too. Come into some sort of movement.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm happy to see you too.
I'm happy to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like your cane.
You like my cane?
I like your cane.
Thank you.
Sure. A little chilly today?
No. Is there anyone else involved? You like folding things, making everything, you know, neat. Neat, like.
I just have the one.
John had the one chest.
Here come my eyeballs.
What's that?
I have just the one.
It's much.
One chest
One
hair?
chest hair.
You're kidding?
No.
No, don't do that. That'd be fine. Don't do that.
Why
That'd be
not?
fine. No, it's like.
Yes, I agree. I think it's a bit inappropriate in mixed company.
Right, well.
Next time we go to the barnyard, we'll say,
Could be children.
Yes.
Right, okay, well.
Do you want me to tell him? I could tell him for you.
I go on Wednesdays, men's night.
What were you thinking? Something you were thinking.
I was thinking something, and I think I'll keep that thinking to
I
myself.
think you should keep that to yourself.
Okay, good. Let's drop this, please. That's a nice one. It's very alive. We can also try something, and that is that the center is outside of us. Because some people do have centers outside of them, interestingly enough. So I'll give you a picture, and we'll see what happens, all right? So right above your head, about this far above your head, is this giant marshmallow. So all of your movement is coming from there. And it's a kind of thinking person. Because one thing that you might want to consider is that if you say that the person is a thinking person, that doesn't mean that they're smart.
Bingo.
Because stupid people, they think all the time. They just think the wrong thing. Hugh, I want you to go down to the store and get 2 quarts of milk, a pound of butter, a bag of sugar, and some tea.
Tea. What? Wait. What? I forgot the first thing.
2 bags of sugar?
No, 1 bag of sugar.
One bag of sugar.
Don't confuse me. No, please.
Some butter.
Butter.
It was butter there, yeah?
No.
It was 2 quarts of milk, I think.
Was it?
It was a bag of
quarts of
sugar
milk.
and some tea.
There's tea.
Tea?
What? It's not from the Three Sisters, I don't think.
I hate that. Okay, let me start again.
Can I help?
God, it's just totally gone. Hold on a second.
Oh, you said Hugh, I thought it was a sneeze.
What is it?
Oh!
We're going to put a marshmallow on Ragnar's head, too.
Oh boy.
I was going to show you this.
Feels good, doesn't it? Hmm? The marshmallow. It feels good.
Ragnar, look at the camera and say class is over.
Huh?
Class is over.
Hugh. Class is over. Yeah.
Class is over.
I don't like the scarf.
So, but please take this off before you leave. I mean, Chekhov didn't come up with this idea of thinking, feeling, and willing. He's just using it. Right. It's a pretty. I mean, it's in Buddhism. It's in all these religions. It's like these three functions, you know, that we have, and they are located somewhere in the body. I mean, all this whole area here is it's all feeling. Right, so you saw what happened when we put flames in the eyes.
Right,
it was a very feeling, very, you know. And then when we had these razor blades in the eyes, it was just it's in the thinking, but it's full of feeling there, right? And this whole jaw, you know, is the will.
So that idea would help when you're coming up with the specificity of the center.
Sure.
Where to put it in the
Put it in
center.
your elbow if you want to. You know, I mean, we've worked a lot in the studio with just activating the elbows as center, right? And the kind of things that come out of it, all just naturally, you know, are incredibly willful. I mean, like, you know, you can the hand too. It's just like, this is willing, this is feeling, and this is thinking. It's the same with the foot. So you can put the will right here.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true.
In the last class with the centers, we were working with images, and here we're going to work with movement, being able to move inwardly again. And so we're going to work with this idea of sensations, because Chekhov says that sensations are the door that we open into emotions and feelings. And as actors, that emotion is nothing that we want to appeal to. And Chekhov warns us against that this is a mistake, because it causes us to start pushing, and we never like to see actors pushing or pumping or this kind of thing. And you can see it often on stage when, you know, it's like, am I sad? I'm going to have to cry now. Am I going to get sad enough? And this kind of like mechanism starts in the actor, and it's a terrible thing to watch this actor struggle with this kind of thing. So he says that the way into these things is through sensation. So we appeal to the sensation, and when the sensation opens the door to the feeling, we say yes, and then once the feeling is there, then the emotion can freely come out of us, all right? So we'll start to work with these three archetypal sensations. One of falling, that's where everything is going down, and then floating, where everything is going up, and then seeking the equilibrium, where you are neither falling nor floating, but you're doing something to prevent either from happening. So we'll start with this idea of falling. Yeah, here, start like this, right? And then allow your pieces of your body to fall, like just that. So we're not putting them down, but they fall. Right? We just come up again, try again. To go down with a kind of abandon, where the thing's out of control, as it were. It's really just falling downward. Good. Okay, so something happens when we fall. You know, we talk about it in our language all the time. You know, we say things like, oh, I fell into a panic, or I fell into despair, or these kinds. We say, I fell in love. This is a very special kind of falling. I would like you to do this, where you. We all know this. I mean, people even watching this, something wakes up in them. This kind of panic wakes up right here, right? So this is all we're trying to do. I don't want you to fall down. I don't want you to hurt yourself, obviously. So you must catch yourself. You see, you watch it, and because we know what it is. We know what it is to fall. It's an incredibly primitive sensation. So it's archetypal, really. And there's a lot that's attached to it, so which hopefully we'll find out in a short time. We just want to wake this up, okay? It's scary. Nobody wants to do it.
You're right.
Well, it's not pleasant.
No.
Now, yesterday we worked on this idea that there's a body inside of us, this energy, and it has the shape of the body, right? So you're standing here now, and see if you can make that whole body just fall the way you did. It just happens. And when it's over, right? And there's nothing more. So what we want to be able to do is to sustain this sensation of going down, and to sustain it as long as we need it as actors. So I'm going to give you a kind of little acting task, and it's something that's easy because we all know this. We've all done this. So the setup is this. It's like you've been on your feet all day, right? And you do anything just to sit down. And so finally you get to a chair and you're allowed to sit down. And it's been all day on your feet. So when you do sit down, it's like, oh, yeah, right? And so what you're doing here is it feels so good to sit that you're sustaining this act of sitting. And you just sink deeper and deeper and deeper into the chair because it's just pure pleasure. Oh, isn't that nice? Oh, man. Give me 2 chairs. Give me 3 chairs. Oh. Yeah. Isn't that good?
Yes.
And now I'm going to ask you to stand up. Not so easy, right? No. So now you're going to sit down before you sit. You're going to sit, and then you're going to continue to sit, right? So it just looks just like sitting, but for you is a different thing going on. Sit, sit, and sit. So your whole being has sunken into this chair, right? It's just you've sustained this wonderful thing. Good. Now, to get out of here was difficult before. So what you're going to do is stand, stand, and stand, right?
I feel like my whole body is standing this time, where before it was just sort of like my legs forcing the rest of my body up. But this time my whole body was involved in the movement.
It's pleasurable.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. So now just move the chairs back just a slight bit. And we're going to try this now. Just to see what that is, just to see what that movement is. Now, we can do it one at a time, and I'll be there to stop the chair from falling backwards so nobody gets hurt, okay? But I want you to fall into the chair, not sit. Did it scare you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Did it scare you?
Yeah.
Good, it scared me too. Great. I'm here for you, Jess.
Just checking.
Was that it? Or was that a sit?
Sit. I don't really like to fall, but I'm willing.
Nobody likes to fall. That's why we're working on it. There you go. Thank you. Now what I'd like you to do is to make this same fall happen without the body. So this inner body's going to fall. So you want to get it going, and then you just want to walk across the room and let the fall that's going, that you're sustaining, bring you into another chair. You were able to not move when you were in the chair and sustain a downward motion, right, of sinking into the chair. So the fall is here. But you see really how close I am to him, because he can maintain this, and you all can maintain a connection with this much space. We can probably control like about this much space around us, and we have a strong control of this, right? So you're always in this downward, but you're not getting any farther than this. If you get to the chair, then the fall is over anyway, and then once it's over, as you saw, it's finished, right? So you want to be able to sustain this condition of going down, falling down, 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 but it's only in this little amount of space. It's over. We're going to do it one more time, just this one more time, and in your crossing, I want you to stop, see somebody, and say something to them, so that you're not lost in your own world, right? This is useless to us, right? This is unbelievable, I'm falling, right? And you're all alone. You're in this kind of, void, this bubble. It's all you, just you. So I want to force you out of that bubble into contact with somebody, but don't lose this fall. You have to sustain this fall, all right? Okay. You'd be all right.
I don't know. I just don't know. While you're experiencing this falling thing, there's a real tendency to go in. And so it's a hard balance to come back out, to keep that really going.
Right.
And to speak, to give, and to receive. And it's just a lot of balls to juggle. But it's possible.
Yes, it is possible. It is possible. And with practice, it gets much, much easier.
It seems like when we're passing each other that the tendency is to go into like scenes of tragedy. I mean, a huge fall can happen and life goes on, and you might not tell everyone that you're passing. It feels almost like a shortcut to go into speaking something that's a kind of tragic versus just hello, how are you?
Sure.
And keep it going.
Well, it's huge. What's going on is a huge thing, right? And in Lecoq's book, he says that this line, this vertical line, is a line of tragedy. So we're operating on this particular line. We're falling off of this line. It is tragic, in fact. So you're being led to the right place.
Yeah. I just wonder if it actually sort of takes us out of the experience by by like story making a tragedy versus just staying with the experience and saying, hello, how are you?
Sure. Whatever images come. Let them come. Okay. All right? It's just a new kind of thing, and all kinds of things are going to be coming to you, associations and whatnot. Let them in, let them go, whatever, right? Okay. Try to just sustain the fall and make a moment of contact, okay? And we're going to start to work now and localize the fall, all right? So what I'd like you to do now is to imagine that your heart is falling, right? And it falls out in its forward direction, or forward and down. It's down. It's falling out of the front of you, right? But again, it's only going to fall this far, but it's not going to fall this far and stop. Right? It's going to fall in this space. It's never going to get any farther than here, but it's always going to be falling down, falling down, falling down. It's got to be experienced, simply. Yeah. Feel the resonance in the rest of your body, but it's local there. The heart is falling. When it becomes an event, and really you can move this thing and experience it as movement, this could be called a movement imagination. So I imagine that this movement is happening, and so it does. Breathe. Keep breathing. Go where it wants to take you. Allow your body to go there. It's okay.
I was thinking about the last scene that Masha has with Rashinin, which is a huge fall. I think I now would have tools to work on it. I mean, that's a huge scene to play. And if you were doing 8 performances a week, to get to that place, instead of doing something in one's mind about the story or playing out the story and having emotional substitution or whatever you do, to trust that that movement will bring you to the place, which I think I could trust in. I think I could work with it in a rehearsal process long enough and begin to just trust it so that new things, new thoughts could come to me rather than having to, push something, I suppose.
No.
Come here. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
I'm so...
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
You okay?
I'm fine. I just was falling, but I'm fine. I'm not crying about anything, actually.
We work with these things because they're archetypes of sensation. And all the sensations are connected to these things. And Chekhov has this very simple exercise where he says, just say, I want to experience the sensation of fear or joy or whatever it is, and we receive it into the body. But if we really listen, it comes into the body as a movement. One of these kind of movements, either up or down or forward or backwards, or it's expanding or it's contracting. And if we know these things, and we know the difference between thinking and feeling and willing, we can act anything. It's so simple at that point to do these things, and we're not like trained seals, but we're artists making choices about these things, and they're very interesting, and they afford us the possibility to be generous with our expression and not sort of, squeezing things out, eking things out. You turn around. Your heart's going to fall out the back. No, not the front, but the back. Same thing, it doesn't get very far away from you because you'll lose it, but it keeps falling, falling, falling. It's falling out your back. But a really curious thing happens when you work this way, because not only do you have this inner body, but the audience has this inner body as well, right? And there's a kind of sympathetic thing that gets set up, right? So when you start to fall, they start to fall. They don't know that they're falling. We know because we work on it. We've identified it and we work on it, but we know we're falling. They don't know they're falling, but they're falling, right? And then the performance was over and they say, God, I was so moved.
Literally.
They were literally moved. Something moved in them because something was moving in you. This is really generous, right? This is a communication past the proscenium into the public where they're actually participating, although they don't know it. They can't identify what happened except that they were moved because they were moved. So it's rich. It's a rich way to work. Okay. Now there's a couple things we can do here, which is really the human thing to do, not the actor thing to do. So what I'd like you to do is to stand up and make a fall again. Whichever one was strongest for you, the front or the back, you choose for yourself. But now you're going to say no. Don't stop falling. Just say, I'm not going there. This is the human thing. I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to fall, I'm not going to fall, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go. Keep resisting, saying no, but don't stop falling, all right? And then at a certain point I'll go like this, and then you say yes. Okay? And then I'll do this again, and it's no. So you're going to get back up and you're going to keep falling, okay? No, I'm not going there. I fall no. No, no, I fall no. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You keep falling. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What does it make you want to do? What can you do to resist this? Yes.
Oh.
Okay, and stop. It's open.
That actually makes a lot more sense to me. Because somehow the experience of resisting falling and falling is just, there's something that I can connect to more about it, for me.
It's the human thing.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to feel
And somehow
these things.
it does intensify the fall.
It's like a dam, like it builds up, builds up, right?
Yeah.
It's like it wants to break free, and then when you gave it permission, it unleashed as a wave rather than just a gradual falling.
Now, this is movement. This is psychophysical movement. This is what psychophysical acting is about. And so these things, you want to work with them in the rehearsal, right? Because then they become locked in the body, so that when you come to the scene where you have to know that in the scene this is required of me. So in rehearsal you would work on this so that when you come to the performance, the body remembers. The body remembers everything, as Joanna said this morning, right? And then it's just going to do it because it remembers. Okay, so this is falling from the heart, right? This is falling from the feeling center. Let's try falling from the head. All right? So it's like your brain just falls out, straight down. sometimes we're asked to think. A character is asked to think often. You know, some character says something to another character, and this is a moment of reflection or something like this. So what the audience is interested in is what the thought means to the character. They can't read your thoughts. They'll never know exactly what you're thinking. So you can work with falling here, right? And they perceive it as a kind of thought. It has a quality. It's not a positive thought. This downward thing, right? Or up, or the balance, or even expansion or contraction that can happen in this particular space. Okay, so we're going to fall from another place now, right? And that's the genitals. Make the genitals fall. The inner genitals. They don't hit the floor. They don't get very far, but they stay going in this downward thing.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
Let's go.
Let's go, Bethany.
Come on, Mel.
Let's go. Let's
go.
let's go.
Let's go, guys.
All right, let's come on, John.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yep.
All right, let's. All right, we're going. We're going.
Nothing wants to go.
All right, let's go.
We're going.
Let's go.
Come on.
Come on, let's go.
All right.
Okay, good stuff. It's pretty hard to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The will is gone. The will is gone. You can't go. So here, Bethany, I want to try something. I want you to. You're going to have a sensation, right? I'm going to afford you a sensation, and I would like you just to be generous, okay, in the expression of it. Go ahead. Try to lift your arms. Breathe. Okay, stop. It's just sort of, everything is going up. Now, you worked on floating with Fern yesterday, and she gave you this water idea, but the water was supporting you. It's like you were floating on top of the water. But this is as if you were a cork or a piece of wood that was put down into the water, right? And it comes up. But it keeps like incredibly deep, like at the bottom of the ocean, all right? So it's just going to keep floating up, floating up, floating up, floating up. It's so lovely. It's so lovely just to float up. Just let it happen with your arms. Allow yourselves to experience this as a sensation. And so now there's absolutely no possibility to fall. It's lovely, yeah? Let's imagine that it's possible that this whole body of yours, this whole inner body just goes, and it starts to just float on its back up in front of you. It's the complete opposite of what we're just doing. So now we'll localize it again. We'll start here in the heart. So now instead of the heart falling out, it goes, but it doesn't get very far, but it keeps going up, up, up. It's always going, it's not being supported by the water, but it's traveling up in the water, floating upward towards the surface. It never reaches the surface. It just keeps this activity of upwardness. And breathe.
Hello. John.
Here we are, this one big happy family. Somebody comes in and says, Father has died. The hearts fall right now. Oh, all a joke. I go back up. Let's go to the genitals. They're going up. It happens in your imagination.
Yeah, yeah, yeah!
And now they go fall.
Hey!
Mel, they fall now. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Please let them come up again.
Just stop.
All right.
All right, can we go on? I want to work on the most difficult one of all, which is seeking the equilibrium. So what I'd like you to do is to put yourself off balance and then catch it. You're going to go something like, right? But if you go like this, you fell. If you have to displace your feet, you fell. You have to gather all your forces. All your forces have to, they're brought into this moment where you have to, it's like, the tightrope walker is like on the tightrope. Right? There's this, okay. All right, try to find that as a sensation. The moment that I'm looking for is,
The getting it?
the getting it. What is that? The getting it. Not all this. I'm about to fall, but I got it. I'm not falling. Right?
It feels like a huge grasp.
Yeah, good. Yes. We have to take all of your powers, all of your human powers come here so that you will not fall or you will not float off.
And it feels as if there's an immediate expansion, like out of just necessity. It's not. It's like a reflex, and then and then like to pull it all back.
See if you can now find this as an inner sensation and sustain it. And move with it. How you doing?
Good.
Great. Work it in the heart now. So it's like the heart's about to fall. Catch it. And sustain it here in the heart.
The difference between the balancing, the equilibrium part of it, and the saying no to the falling. What is the difference on those two things?
Saying no to the fall is still happening. You're just not letting yourself follow it.
So it's a holding.
You're resisting that sensation from really coming into the body, or you're resisting the feelings that follow the sensation is really what you're resisting, right? But the sensation of falling is still going on, whereas in balancing, that has not happened. You've gathered all your forces to stop that particular thing from happening, and that's a different sensation.
Can you just talk through the three-step process again? There's the trigger, the feeling, and the emotion. Is that it?
There's a sensation.
A sensation.
And the sensation leads us to the feeling. And that's all inner. And what's outer is the emotion. That's what's seen. And so if you try to go here right away, you have a problem. You've missed these two things, and you're going to have to sort of work backwards to get anything genuine. You know, and that's when pushing and forcing and squeezing and all those terrible things that, you know, teachers and directors tell actors that they're doing, and actors feel that they're doing, comes from this appeal directly to the emotions. The sensations is so easy because the body does remember it all, you know, and it's physical. It is physical. I mean, it just snowed last night here, right? There's a sensation of standing in that snow, that first snow of the year. And it's this beautiful, it's a movement like this, and you can just say, I want to experience the sensation of standing in the first snowfall of the year, and something changes in you. It's physical. And this leads to a feeling, right? And then what comes out is the emotion.
Do you think that Michael Chekhov works with sensations in connection with psychological gesture or objective? Can you say something about that?
Well, I mean, Joanna did that. You know, Joanna's class was so wonderful, and her class was about action and objective and the psychological gesture, and I think that that's very much connected with that. But these things here, what we're working with, are really on the other side of that action, and it's really the reactive mode. It's all reactions. So somebody does something or says something, and then I feel something, right? And it's okay to live in that and not have to go directly into action. You have reaction actually leads to action, right? Which leads to reaction, which leads to action. And so there's a nice breathing space that can happen between the actors.
Yeah, because to me, what's so great about that is there's often sort of this push of you're always playing an action, you're always playing an objective, and consequently it feels as if the space is crushed a bit on stage between the actors and the text, between the actors and the audience. I mean, it's all connecting in a way to what we've been doing, radiating and receiving and creating. I mean, I think this is another way, a very specific way to create more space that's not just about playing an action.
And it's amazing how these phrases that we have in literature and that, you know, my heart soared or my heart sank, we know in our body. We know the body understands that. And to trigger that is incredibly profound and applicable and useful and immediate.
And simple.
And simple.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's simple, that means that you can do it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It sounds difficult, but we just did it, you know? We just did it. And the great thing is that it works all the time. Because that's what happens.
Right.
You know? My heart soars or my heart falls. Or I stop them. Right? And there's all other things around, you know, there's other directions we could work with. And we will.
No, that's great.
Good morning. Good morning. Imaginary body. Maybe I'll just say a few words about imaginary body. Chekhov says you've gotten a role, you've been cast in a role in a play. You try to read it a few times without just looking at your role, but reading, getting a sense of the play. Then you begin to focus on the character. You can analyze, you can think of the past, all of those things that we do sometimes. Or he said you can get up on your feet and, for instance, not that this is always the starting point, begin to say, how does this person walk? What is this person's body? Where is their center? And he says this is the actor's way. This speaks directly to the actor. And then he goes on to say, transformation is the heart of the actor's nature, the center of the actor's nature, that the actor wants more than anything else to to transform. And he also says that if we have a career of playing only ourselves, that ultimately begins to turn against you. That there is something so unsatisfying about that. Now, there's something so unsatisfying about that. So, we're going to work on imaginary body today. And of course, what we're going to do is we're going to start with what we were given. You don't have to go through some elaborate exercise every time you want to find your beginning, and find that the beginning is, again, a full body. So that you move, your spine supports what you're doing, the soles of the feet support what you're doing, and there comes as a result a sensation. I don't know what else to call it, but a sense of fullness. Now let's just use this full body. Let's just move with as much vitality, with as much space. Fern said something about how the space can support you. So just sense that there is space. I need space. So I'm going to take the space, and the space will open up. I'm going to draw the space into me and then throw it out again. And then slice through it and penetrate it and move it to the side. Now just stand upright with a sense of the spine. And what I'm going to try to do now is just experience straight line with my form. Straight line. And I suggest to you that if you move in this way, there will follow a sensation, a sense of straight line. I can make and be and create straight. What is the inner reality? What is the outer reality? And they both are constantly influencing one another. And what we want to do in these exercises is to have that experience, that it's affecting us. Now come again to stand still. Now begin to experience the body as a curve. Experience the arm as a curve. Because the truth of the matter is the arm is not a curve. Doesn't break here, doesn't break here. It's not a curve. It goes But you can have a sense that it is a curve. That's what dancers do. And they create that illusion. So basically what you're doing is you're just simply moving in a certain way and having the experience that you are creating curves with your body. And the sensation is, even when you point, that the arm experiences itself as curve. It's a certain psychological state. And then at some point, just go right into straight. As we're working with this, just the consciousness that there's content and form, and at some point they can both become the same. The inner, the outer, the psychophysical, both the same. And what does that mean where they both cross and there's a truth there? It comes, of course, from two things, from the fact that you have a physical body, and it comes from image. Your imagination can completely change your reality, the way you experience it, and can completely change the way others experience you. So let's say out of straight, we're going to work with really thin. bony hand. So what I want to do is to try to have an inner sensation. I'm not going to try to create that with my hand, because of course what would happen if I did that is I would get tense. I'm just going to try to create that reality for me, that maybe my bony hand is almost like a skeleton, but find it in movement. And again, I just caution you not to get so concentrated that you begin to hold yourself. I mean, thin people are also kind of loose and gangly and, you know. Let the body do the concentrating. Let the hand concentrate on the bony. And every now and again, what you want to do is you want to look out. People are looking at you. You don't have to go into a closet to do this. Play with tempo a bit. Are the feet big or the feet small? Are you one of those people that, as I pointed out, you don't bring the heels down to the ground? You're gangly and thin, or maybe you're not. Maybe you're short and thin. And if you do have a prop, imaginary or otherwise, again, you want to get a real sense, a sensation of that bony hand picking a glass up. Because Chekhov always mentions to create a natural imaginary body. It's something you don't want to push, you don't want to force. In this situation, of course, we're pushing the envelope a bit. We're obviously going along at quite a pace with it, but in a rehearsal process, you wouldn't do this. In fact, he even suggests that maybe you don't even say text. You work on it at home, you work on it in rehearsal, and then when the nuances are there, when you really have the sensation of it, then you begin to incorporate it into the text. Again, as Lenard said yesterday, there are no rules. You go at your pace, you do what works for you.
So in trying to get the sensation of this, I mean, how would you break it down? Because I find it's nearly impossible to just do this quickly. I either have to visualize or I have to start with one part of the body, and I'm just wondering if you could say more about how you actually go from, instead of a visualization or a type that you're playing, to actually something that feels something of your own creation, that you're making, that you're sensing. How would you break that down?
I go immediately just simply to the body.
You do. Okay.
And maybe my hand moves with a kind of quality in trying to find, let the hand find it, and then, see, it's an interesting question, because very often I find that the movement will give me the image, rather than I get the image and do the movement. But I would never say, that's me. Yeah. I would never say, don't have the image first.
I saw like an image of the bone itself, just like in Christmas Carol or something, the Ghost of Christmas Future, with those long extended bony hands. And I wasn't quite sure, if that's too literal an image.
No, it isn't. Did it work?
Yeah, it did work. Particularly, it sort of gave me a persona that I wasn't quite expecting. It was nothing like the Christmas Carol character, but it did give me a lift and a sort of confidence, legato ease.
It's almost like I just let the image drop into my body, and then you imagine it's as if you're that image, and it begins to take over your body, and it activates them.
I didn't have any images. I just tried to think of the pelvic, like where the legs met the pelvis, because I'm kind of curvy, so to be tall and not a lot of curves, how does that pelvis, how are those legs attached to that pelvis? And just that kind of specific, just to go to somewhere very specific like that, and it's not attached to an image, it's simply the mechanics of how that body would work.
See, all of these are viable. What you don't want to do is you don't want to come at this with the idea that you're serving the technique. You're not. This technique is supposed to serve you. And however it works for you, you create it in the creating it. So I think there is no ABC to it. You just have to realize you don't have to do it right. You know, it's yours. You can say to the technique, come on, let's go. You know, you're here to serve me. That's just the attitude that I think we have to have as actors, you know, that we're not trying to do this right. Okay, so now let's go to the opposite. Let's go to portly. Let's just call it what it is. Let's go to fat. Short and fat. Short and fat. Great. Now just move. What happens to a fat face when it smiles? Fat knees. Now again, I'm not trying to display or show anybody I have fat knees. The spotlight kind of lights up different parts, and then you get a sense, this is so important to remember this, you get a sense of living in that body. You get a sense of fat. Now just run a little. Just run. Okay, now let me show you something. Some of you are sort of doing this. Actually, fat people I don't think move like that. Some fat people, have you ever seen really fat people with tiny little feet? And they are so actually so graceful and so light. This means something's wrong with my shoulders. It does mean I'm fat. So be looser with that. You know, you don't have to hold on to anything. Whatever you do, and it's your body you're experiencing. Something jiggles. Now just stop a minute, and you're in a space by yourself. There's a tiny, tiny flower or a four-leaf clover that you want to pick. You have to get down on your knees to do it. Don't labor it, just know you're existing in this body, and you pick it up. Is there an emotional content to the body? I'll even say yes, there is an emotional content to the body. There's the form and there's the content, and they both have meaning. They both have meaning. And now, just walk out of it. Great. Let's go to the character in Three Sisters that you're playing. Just give some thought to, and by thought, I mean let the arms and the legs and the butt do the thinking for you, and work on your feet. How does he move in that one moment? How does she handle that teacup? How does she walk in the room? Feel the shoulders, feel the feet on the floor. Other things will come. Hair. What are his fingernails like? Lips. Ears. Toes.
The head's a strong head, solid with peppered gray hair, a little older than I am, so the forehead's a little wrinkled, prominent.
And as you're telling us that, do you sense it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The chin floats up slightly. There's a sense of pride in the chin.
That's great.
There's a strength in the shoulders, someone that rides a horse and knows how to hang on.
They're broad?
Broad, wide. The feet are very solid, grounded.
Walk when you tell us about it.
It's as if there's small sandbags in the boots, the army boots that I'm wearing. So each time I touch the ground, I feel a bit like an oak tree, grounded, roots.
A little taller than I am. And the face is kind of narrow and the chin is more pointy.
I don't know why. Maybe not use your hands so that you can feel the chin with the chin.
With
while
the
you
chin.
talk. Yeah.
The chin is a little bit forward too. And the neck is long. And there's just a sense of longness. And also a little sense of being depleted. Not really skinny, but her own sense of being less than she's used to. So sort of depleted. A delicacy in the form, that it's lighter than it's supposed to be, sort of. And
Okay, good. Now don't tell us.
Okay.
But go to the long neck. Find it with the neck. I felt you got in the head in describing
tell
it.
you,
and what,
yes.
It's nice if you can really,
I'll
is
just
it
be
a
there.
swan's neck? What is your image? You don't have to tell me. Find the image with the neck. The chin is a little forward.
The chest is like a shield. It goes before me. It cuts through the space before me. It cuts through space. It pushes space away and opens space as it moves.
The hands are important because they are, they're sort of the protection.
What do they look like?
They're short, unfortunately, not as long as he'd like them to be. They're a bit stubby, and the gloves never fit exactly the way he wants. In fact, none of his clothes fit exactly as he would like them to look.
Great, and just stay looking at me and tell me again about the hands. The physicality, what they look like, how...
They're short and stubby, and the gloves in a way help cover them as well, because these white gloves, they look quite dashing, I think. And they do impress the ladies too, you know. And she likes I like the ladies, but I can't show it too much, you know. And there's a sense of opening with the hands to a sort of with bringing them in, and somehow a bare hand is a little more threatening, but a gloved hand is soft and warm and inviting.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Just let go of it for a moment. What, of course, from time to time would happen is that you would begin to describe it, and you're someplace else other than in the hands. But the minute that you would look at me, in most cases, you became a little more relaxed with it, and not so inward. And this was particularly with John. He suddenly, something, to my perception, came to life when he was dealing with me.
I'm noticing a challenge in this that I also had with the falling, is that I'll try to make it happen.
Yeah.
And I have to replace that with trying to get the image and yet still be with the body. And it's a kind of a funny little dance. So you have to keep sort of, it's like juggling a ball, kind of try to get that straightened out.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because it also comes from this thing of we as actors, that the character is something that really has nothing to do with us, and we're running around like those awful dreams where you're trying to get onto the stage and you can't find the door, and banging on doors and trying to get to the character. And that just isn't true. I mean, it just isn't true. Your relationship to the character is what you want it to be and what you make it to be. And all of these things, honestly, if they don't help you and they just do nothing but paralyze you, then just don't do them. Do something else. But I understand this dance very, very well, because it isn't just whole cloth right there. And yet some people have more a relationship with this than they do, say, with psychological gesture or center or some other aspect of the work.
You know, Ted, something you're talking about, I think, is really important, is that giving ourselves permission to just try something, that there is no right thing. There's what you want to do and what comes to you. It will be right if it feels right in your body.
Yes, that's right. And also, not to reject the images that come. The truth of it is the truth of it. The truth of it's here. That's the truth of it. I have a hand. And I have long painted fingernails, and the color's green, long green fingernails. And I know whether it works for me or not. Nobody else can tell me that. You know, maybe the director might say, "What are you doing in that moment? It's very weird." And you go, "Well, maybe I have to make it." And that brings up another aspect of this, is the style of the play, how much you show. Imagine that you run into Dawn on the street downtown Chatham, and she says, "Hi, and I have this bony person inside me, but I'm not going to show it." And Dawn might sense that something is a little different about me today, you know, but she's not going to say, "My goodness, you know, your hand is bony," or you look drawn and pale.
Are you talking about a way that you externalize it for a while, even speak about it for a while, and then slowly you trust it?
You know what the key word to this, I think, is, and Chekhov uses this: play with it. Mm-hmm. Play with it. Play with the, you know, I'm like a big beach ball that's full of air. Play with it. Don't be afraid don't be afraid to indicate. That's not where we want to end up, of course. We want to find the truth of it and then take it inside and see what that does to me when I'm this big beach ball full of hot air. It will do something very different to me than it will to you.
You get the image of things, but you don't fully understand them.
Yeah.
And so when you did this series of questions, I didn't know the answers to those until you really asked those questions.
Isn't that amazing?
And I didn't know I had white gloves on instead of black. So it's sort of just nudging yourself a little to ask the question and not just be satisfied with this, you know, because it revealed a great deal about the character itself. Even if I didn't use those things, I now know things that I wouldn't have thought about.
No, that's absolutely right. Now, image, image, image. I tell you, it will never let you down. It will never lead you in a wrong way. I mean, all of you, as we talked through these things, you had wonderful images. They were great, really great.
Okay, this will be an exploration into this whole field of atmosphere, which is kind of an elusive field, I find. And we're just going to approach it with a few elements. One is the element of space, of the phenomenon of space. And the other is something that Ted also worked with, the element of imagination. As you walk, just notice the fact that your feet are touching this beautiful wooden floor. And out of this very simple place, every now and then give yourself the option to look out. to look out at the other people and just notice that next to you, there are these other people in the room. Your colleagues you're working with, the people on stage, Mark, Zach, Eddie. See what would happen if you would put your attention on the fact that there is a certain distance between you and any other person. That while you move, that outer physical distance that is really there either enlarges or diminishes. And is it possible to have the attention on the outer distance? Not so much on how you feel or whether you like to be close to people or not, but the fact that you are outwardly further away or closer. See what would happen if you would include the image that this space is somewhat empty. It isn't filled with anything. There are no obstacles in this space. You want to move forward, you can. Nothing hinders you. And as you're working with that distance between you and other people, that physical distance, and the fact that nothing is hindering the movement, see what would happen if now it would be your gaze that you let travel through the space, and nothing hinders that gaze. Your gaze can touch another person, it can go through this space, and nothing hinders it. And as you're looking at other people, through this space that is providing no obstacle, see what would happen if you would notice just the quality of the light that is here right now, that is there on somebody else's face, on somebody else's hair, on somebody's feet, and it's the light that's really here. Imagine that at one point, the quality of the light that is hitting the other person's face or hair is becoming a little bit warmer, a little bit more golden. But it's still that real other person. It's still that real light, but you imagine that quality to be slightly warmer. So you're seeing the real outer world that is really here in that somewhat golden light. And as you're moving or turning, see if you can look at anything you possibly are interested in, including the audience, including the camera, but can you look at them through this light? And if you should feel that you become dreamy or something, you can always look out what's really there. Can you see what's there? But can you see it through that light? And then at one point, can you do little things, like maybe picking up a pair of shoes, shaking someone's hand? But in whatever you do, there are two elements one thing that is really happening, which you might like or not like. But whatever is happening, you see in that light, because it is, so to speak, immersed in that light. But that light is an outer light. It doesn't come from you. It's in the space. You don't have to be in a good mood in this light. You don't have to be in a bad mood. But the light is outside. Look at that. You have no obligation to do anything in here that you don't want to do. But whatever you do in this light. And as you're working in this light, without breaking anything, imagine this light slightly becomes a little bit cooler in its quality. So it is your perception that you're working with, and the image is that whatever you perceive from the outside world, you perceive through this slightly cooler light. And as you're working, gradually let this light become something like cold, very cold light, cold colors. Until at one point, that light becomes something like almost icy. So you still see what you're seeing, but can you see it through this icy light? As if your gaze has to travel through ice to reach another human being. And as you're working with this quality, see if you can completely trust that you don't have to invent any other activity, but to look and to imagine that you look through this. And this is what unites all of us, that we all are looking through an extremely cold space. And then see what would happen if you would add to this extremely cold space a sense of extreme distance, that the other human being you're looking at is somewhere far, far away, even if physically you're quite close. The people on stage are far away. The person next to you is completely unreachable. And that is the outside world. If you would add to this, that as you hit the gaze of one of the other people, you would recognize in their gaze exactly that same world. That this is a world that both of you know is the world. an icy place where the other person can never be reached. But it's the world outside that's like this.
I think I got a bit lost, and then less lost towards the end. And I think it may have something to do with, I understood the warm light as an objective atmosphere. I didn't necessarily even feel that way, but I understood it in this space. And then it seemed to me that the direction kept focusing on the gaze, that you see through a blue, and then you see through, and maybe it's because I have some other sense for myself of experiencing atmosphere that's more than through the gaze. It doesn't mean it couldn't be, but somehow I found it was more difficult for me to enter in, and then somehow towards the end, I kind of got something.
What did you do to get back in after you were lost?
I watched Mel, and I watched the energy. I watched something that I was hoping to have a sense of just between Mel and John, just to see what was there, and I did sense the atmosphere.
That is so beautiful, because you use the process that I suggest to use when we approach atmosphere, that it is the atmosphere's outside. And it is something that as an actor you can rest on. But at the same time, it is created by all the actors. So that if you pop out of the play, it's your partners that give you the environment. And you use your sense to perceive it. No, I was suggesting random atmospheres. Two extremes.
Ragnar, for me, when I was in that, my mind immediately went to, the play No Exit, and that this is the world we live in. And it was so informative that if we were to approach that play, that you start with an atmosphere of this place where all these people are stuck, and they're sharing this existence together.
Yes.
And it's not just the character-driven thing, it's the world they live in.
Yes.
And it was so immediate.
That atmosphere sometimes could be so, even if it was just something that you all were holding, and it bumped up against me in some way sometimes, and created a real impulse for whatever it was, either a movement or a word or something, but not that I was fighting the atmosphere, but I was dealing with it in some way, so that I had something that I had to do, turn or whatever.
But you weren't acting it.
No.
Because we didn't have to act it because it's there. So it's not this thing we have to show, but it's working on us.
And it seemed that because we were sort of bumped into relationships, you realize that even though we were all under the same general atmosphere, the relationships were colored very differently among that. So relationship is not going to be the same for each person within that same atmosphere. It could be the identical atmosphere, but it's very different.
So even on a personal note, if you work just from the actor's reality and you work with atmosphere, your sympathies and antipathies can still exist. So there is still the freedom to react within the atmosphere, but the atmosphere being somewhat of the environment that is not of a purely physical nature. It is created somehow through imagination, through attention, through accepting of some overall reality, that even if individual characters are separated through their intentions, they're united under the atmosphere.
One of the things that's really difficult about the atmosphere work is that it's nothing that you can show. I mean, you can indicate something, but I don't think it's in line with what the attempt is at atmosphere. It feels as if it's something that works upon you or around you.
Yeah, it's like you're creating the space.
I mean, I can be at a party and the party is working on me in such a way, and I can be in a bad mood at the party. Or I can have a secret at the party which has nothing to do with the atmosphere. But that atmosphere is affecting me, and it would be completely different if I was in a bad mood at the top of a mountain.
I always get a little frustrated with myself because I'm in this atmosphere, you know, and I'm thinking, okay, ice. And then I can't react, you know, Dawn will come up to me or you know, and say something, and I'm thinking, how do I feel through that ice? And blue, oh, she just said something to me. How do I feel about that? But I get frustrated with myself because I maybe hold on to it or something, or try to see the images and not just play in them. I have to keep playing.
That's great. Let's use this in a little experiment. We will be working with two elements in it. One is the element of the theater as such, the audience, and the energy that that provides. And the other element is the element of trust. The trust that if we believe, let's see, there is a certain environment that connects us, to just see what that does, and if that potentially influences the so-called reality. Okay, let's say we're just going to explore the kind of simplest form of theater setup, which is that when we're outside, we can just be doing whatever we want. And then, whenever you enter this space, there will be attention given to you. Probably everyone is going to look at you. And when you're out, you're free. There is this little thing that Chekhov suggests, which he calls crossing the threshold. Now, I suggest that we will just do that, but without making the space anything. Just receiving the reality of that stage. Just coming in, feeling everybody, exiting. Nothing else. No character, no big deal. It's just come in, check it out, leave. Come in, check it out, leave. Now, in your imagination, put this quality of the light that is somewhat warm or golden, the light in which you see that other person. So that it is as much an image of yours as it is the real world that comes to you in that light. At one point, let's say Hugh will enter, but he will bring with him a world that is very, very cold. All he would be working with is that the world appears to him as a very, very cold place. And then let's say these two worlds will coexist a while until one of the two will win. One principle that Chekhov suggests is that two atmospheres cannot coexist. So the idea that conflict is created by the fact that two almost environments coexist, and while they coexist, there's drama, there's conflict.
Hugh definitely was trying to change, it seemed, everyone in this room, whereas we were just sort of welcoming him in.
That's funny, because from my perspective and my atmosphere, I was just fine being by myself until you guys tried to engage me.
I could say really confidently with the atmosphere we started with, and drink him in. I mean, I felt what he was bringing, but for a pretty long time, it wasn't having a very big effect on me, because I didn't sense that it was ruining what was here yet, and I was kind of reluctant to like give in actually, and so it was actually the group which was starting to make me say, okay, yeah, you know, it's different here now. It's not really what it was.
At one point, one of the two worlds will be the only remaining world. Either the world of Hugh, that Hugh brought, or the world that was there. Or maybe a third world will be created. And if so, what is it?
It wasn't as neat and tidy as I sort of felt it would be. And by going to other people, they sort of brought me back to, you know, the warmth of the atmosphere.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, it's the National Geographic?
You think it's funny?
Oh, it's not
Dawn, do you
funny.
think it's
It's
funny?
not funny. It's not funny.
No,
It's
no,
not funny.
no,
It is
no.
funny. Dawn, it's not. Dawn, it's not funny.
It's not funny. No,
It's
really
not.
not.
It's very serious. That's
They're just
respect to
teasing
the
you.
seriousness.
They're
It's
just
very
teasing
serious, Hugh.
It's funny. They're up! They're up!
You did have an influence on our atmosphere too, because it wasn't one of just complete joy by the end. It was sort of a frustrated joy, you know? And so it was sort of a mixture between our
Does everything
atmospheres.
have to be funny?
No, let's have a moment of silence in honor of Hugh's seriousness.
What are you going to touch
Okay,
me
let's
and
have-
make it
yeah,
feel
let's have a
better?
moment.
That's
Hugh, let's observe a moment of silence in honor of
We're doing
Hugh.
this for you. Like,
I won't say
if you feel that
anything.
you have to make fun of people, that's
you
fine.
needed time out.
No, I know it's easy. There's like
Will
1,
you
2,
say
3, 4,
anything?
5, well, it's incredibly hard when you're outnumbered. Whether there was a group energy or an atmosphere, I mean, I had to hold my own with my own atmosphere, and it took a lot.
What's
going to happen is
Ready,
you're going to
one,
be quiet for like 10 seconds, and you're all going to burst out laughing.
No, we're
No,
not.
we're not. I'm
trying to move towards you,
We're
babe.
helping.
What do you want to do? What do you want us to do?
I don't want you to do anything.
No, I mean, you ruined it.
Maybe we're just in two
John,
different
you're doing
parties.
good. You haven't said
Well, no one, you know, like, why did you come?
It's a good question. Why are you still here?
Well, because I want to be here. I don't get a sense that you want to be here.
This is where I am.
This is a whole different.
Really, is this? What is this?
There's always a difference between the idea of the atmosphere and actually life. I might always have a kind of a good idea, like teaching a class about atmosphere might be a good idea, but where it goes might be where the atmosphere goes.
What should we do now?
Absolutely.
We try to create an imaginary world on stage, a world that is not just an idea that I can understand as an audience member, but that I can be part of. And for that, there has to be an element in this world which Chekhov calls the soul of the theater, which is the atmosphere. And now this step is a bit scary in that sense that now we trust in the air. We trust that's between us. We trust that when I look at you, I believe it and you believe it. And because we believe it, they believe it. Bring it to an end, whatever the end is.
What's the end? This is the end.
Can't go, you can't stay.
Group hug.
No, I refuse on that atmosphere.
I think you have to.
Kick Mark out.
You guys, why don't you guys
Mark, are you in the square?
Why don't you guys hug?
I don't think you're in the square. Mark's not in the square. He has no influence on this
You have no
atmosphere.
influence
Let's hug.
on what's going on here. You're on the outside.
This is a very ruled atmosphere.
What is your deal? What is his deal? Let's leave Hugh in the square.
Are you happy, Mel? They were going to win me over. But so it started happening at the end, and I just,
All right, and walk out of it. This was very interesting because it turned into something that was absolutely not planned. It took on a life of its own and a meaning of its own and even a style of its own, where all of a sudden you could incorporate Mark in it and it would be a scene with Mark in it.
It seemed as if it was very difficult for us all to exist and for Hugh to exist as he was at the same time, that we had some need to change him, which I think is quite human and somehow reflective of how atmospheres work.
I find so interesting to think we are part of the atmosphere. That's the tricky thing with this, let's just change the atmosphere. We're in it. So to start with, we're completely helpless towards the phenomenon. And we are looking for little ways to influence it. And what we worked with today is first the perception of something between us, and then with just introducing images. What if I imagine the world to be different from how it is? No matter who I am or who the other is, just the world. What if the world was this place? And then what if the world was that place, just in my imagination? And we always connected that with a perception, so that we would always still see Jessica, but with this in this world. So that was our attempt to locate and to influence this phenomena of which we are part of, through the mere fact that we are human and in it. We wanted to do a little experiment. An experiment that has to do with the play, and it has to do with one particular question in the play. The question is, why doesn't anybody go to Moscow? Although they want to, or at least that's what they say. But they never go. And this question led us to the question, how come that we want to do things and what stops us from doing them? We came up with what we then are calling the ghost exercise. And it combines a few elements that Chekhov suggests, one element being the imagination, one element being imaginary body, gesture, improvisation, using those elements to look at the whole question of obstacle, the obstacle of the character, what prevents the character from doing what the character wishes to do, or what makes the character do things he might not want to do, but he finds himself doing, like us in life, maybe.
But it also is, it's the imaginary world of the character. So that, for instance, Hamlet's ghost, who is a real ghost, whom we see and we hear, is the driving force for Hamlet. He's not the obstacle. He's the power behind Hamlet's intention. So that it doesn't always have to be thought of as an obstacle, but it is what is this that influences us in our imagination, almost like an archetype of this fantasy. It's not a real person, it's an idealized version of something, maybe not even a person. So I'm going to begin and take you into this exercise. We're going to go into your imagination. I'm not trying to hypnotize you, but it's very helpful to sort of close out the rest of the world and sort of see what happens when you go into the character's world. So if you do get it all spacey, just open your eyes, come back into the space and so on. So let's just close our eyes. And imagine that you're standing in front of a door. And this is the door to the character's room, space, private area. And you open the door, and you walk just inside the room. And you notice the size of the room. You notice how tall the ceilings are. You notice whether there's any paint on the walls or what color it is, whether it's peeling or fresh. And perhaps it's wallpaper. What is the color of the walls in your character's room? And you notice that there's a chair near a window. And in the chair is your character, who is not you, sitting with their back to you, looking out the window. And as the character looks out the window, he or she sees something either that exists outside the window or something that has happened to them in the past or something that they'd like to see. What interests you about their face? Does anything capture your attention? Color of their eyes, size of their eyes, something about their forehead or their chin, their mouth, their skin, color of their skin, texture of their skin. Are they wearing earrings? What does their hair look like from the front? And what is the color of their clothing? And the texture of it, is it heavy? And the character notices that they have forgotten something, an object in the room. And they start looking around, and as they look, you notice their walk. You notice the weight of their body as they walk. You notice the tempo of their walk. And suddenly, they feel that there is someone else in the room.
So you see your character, and then someone behind your character. And look at that being that is standing behind your character. Look at its face, the color of the skin, the lips. And now that being makes a gesture towards the character. What is it? Then imagine that this being is whispering something to the character, but let's say the character cannot hear it yet, but you can. What is it? And then this being is going to move through this room of your characters. How does this being move? Imagine, and what does it do? That you're moving further away from the two of them. So you see them both more from a distance. And then imagine that you move even further away from them. Until at one point you will not be able to distinguish them anymore. And when you don't see them anymore, finally, you will let the world of the play, so to speak, disappear in the distance and open your eyes and come back here. Let's get up and find a little space and describe to your partner as much in detail as you can what you saw.
I saw a little girl, young Natasha.
And you're wearing really nice clothes. And like European shoes.
And she has a few cuts kind of in dirt around her mouth, a little bit in a dirty face, just kind of always a little dirty. And she runs around in her underwear, you know, just kind of old pinky gray kind of underwear.
The correcting was always so light, so, you know, not like that, sweetheart.
Okay.
It was never angry, but it was always correcting.
Okay.
She was moving all the time. Like, even when she was trying to stand still, she couldn't. And was always, even with things in her hand, there was movement in her hands.
Just like this little, like really close. Like hovering. Yeah. Just really, really near, almost like a hug, like
just sort of around you.
Yeah.
But is it like a cloth around you, hovering around you? It feels like a tiny bit of pressure
to me. And then, that's right. She always wants you to play dress up with her, and she always wants you to brush her hair. And she has a little comb kind of hidden beneath her bit.
Okay, from this place, let's do something. What we're going to do is that you would describe whatever you remember she described to you.
Sure.
And then you would kind of, in a sketchy way, become that.
Right.
And now, for now, let's see what would happen. If you, out of that, starting, so to speak, with the imaginary body, really, of that ghost, you would just start gesturing or moving towards her, and you would take your reaction from that. Okay.
Yeah. I am her ideal man. I'm strong, yet kind. I have broad shoulders and a very nice tailored suit with European shoes, of course. And I'm always reminding her that I'm here, with little wisps on her hair, little whispers in her ear. that her ideal man is always just right here. Right here. Waiting for her.
But I can't see his face.
She can't see my face.
Do you have a face?
I do not. I'm an ideal man without a face.
Okay.
Faces.
Great. And as you're working with this, can you feel your facelessness with your face? Can you feel your broad-shoulderedness with your shoulders? Can you kind of sense that being, as it were, with your body? And when you feel like it, then just start and see what you would like to do to her. Touch her, and then you see what happens to you. In a way, we're externalizing a character's psychology. Almost we create beings for aspects of that psychology.
You have no idea how hard it has been for me to live here alone, without Olya. As headmistress, she lives at the high school. I am alone. She's busy all day, and I have nothing to do all day long. I'm bored. So I've made up my mind. If I am not to go to Moscow, then so be it. That is fate. It is all God's will. There's nothing to do about it. Nikolai Lvovich has proposed to me. Nikolai Lvovich has proposed to me, and I've thought it over, and I've decided. He is a good man.
He's a boy.
It is really amazing how good he is. Suddenly it was as if my soul had grown wings.
Not a boy.
And I grew lighthearted, I rejoiced, and I had a longing for work.
A weak, little, frail, weak boy. You want a man.
Work.
Arena.
Only something happened yesterday. And I don't know what it is. And there is some mystery in the air. I knew what he would do in my imagination. You know, this is the man that she's always dreaming about meeting in Moscow.
Yeah.
So sometimes he wasn't an obstacle at all. He was exactly the thing that I was dreaming about, that, you know, this dancing and all of that. But then I know that you said to see him, but it became clear I shouldn't see him. I should only hear him and sense him, but not be able to look at this faceless face. And then came this really strong part, which was that I was pushing away what I wanted the most. And so that was really
you had
palpable.
a sense of the fact that it wasn't real.
Yeah.
And you were trying to push the fantasy away.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That, you know, there were certain things that had to be done and said and, you know, figured out. So it was great. And in fact, even though you're two totally different people to Irina, that it became the same confusion. You and him and all these words and thoughts and, you know, just...
That's so interesting, because I think that confusion is what is present in Irina's life all through the play. I mean, it's a total confusion about whether to marry him or whether not to marry him. what to do about Sloan, and what to do about work, and what to do about, she wanted it, and then she didn't want it, and so that, I think that's so interesting, because it's like an inner conflict, which you kind of found through the ghost.
Thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, now you get to switch.
A switch?
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
So, I'm Vershinin's ghost. I am shorter and wiry. And I have my hair parted and in two childlike pigtails, but I'm a grown woman. And I'm violent and quick. And I nag, I pull on you.
I don't know.
And I yell, I can be very loud.
When Father died, it took us forever to get used to the fact that there weren't any military orderlies around. Rude, ill-bred, uneducated. Rudeness offends me. It upsets me. I find I suffer when I'm in the presence of people who are not sufficiently gentle and sensitive and refined. And when I'm in the presence of my husband, it's agony for me.
Yes, indeed.
Pay attention to me!
But it seems to make no difference at all, whether they're civilian or military. They're equally dull in this town. It makes no difference at all. If you were to ask a member of the local intelligentsia, civilian or military, why, he'll tell you that he's bored. He is sick of his wife! Sick of his children. Sick of his estate, sick of his horses. A Russian prides himself on nobility of mind, loftiness of thought. He seeks the higher ground. So why is it then that he sinks so low in life? Why?
I don't know. Why?
Why? Why is he sick of his wife, sick and tired of his children? And why are his wife and children sick and tired of him?
You're in a funny mood today.
Perhaps they haven't anything to eat.
When you talk to me like that, it makes me laugh, but it petrifies me. Don't say it anymore. I beg of you. Don't say it anymore. Okay, go ahead, say it again, I don't care. Okay, go, talk of something else, they're coming.
It just was so present all the time. Even when I really want her off my back now. No, I really want her off my back now. She was still there. And that's so much a part of Vershinin's life.
Yeah.
That I could just, but he can't.
Yeah.
He can't. And that just came to the forefront, rushing up to the forefront of what I'm really going through to get to Masha.
Yeah.
I mean, and that she's like this thing that I'm hanging on to in a way, that please make this work, because otherwise.
So often Vershinin, because Vershinin talks so much in the play, but so often when I've seen productions, it gets very boring. He keeps going on over and over, 100 years from now. But if this is underneath it, in everything that he does, it's just kind of a desperate need to go to another world, to go to another woman, to just get out. And the immediacy of that is, could make it so exciting. I mean, it was so exciting. But when you're really doing it, obviously it's subtext. But yeah, it's great.
I have to say, it's really for the person who has the ghost, because it's not for the person who's in the scene with you. I mean, no. just to say that.
But how was it to play with that, so to speak? You have an actor who kind of has life support on stage, and
I felt like
to play
it pulled him out
that?
of the scene with me. which it was physically pulling him out of the scene with me, which is fine, I think, as an exercise.
But what did you do?
To me, if I'm testing out the ice about whether this is an acceptable relationship and he's getting ruder and ruder and ruder, it was not until he turned and put his whole attention on me that if I'm just taking the experience off of this scene, that I'm in the scene, which is fine as a kind of practice experience.
Exactly. But I see the story of this woman who is there ready to fall in love with this man, and he yells, and she thinks, maybe I'm out of here. And then he turns, and then he's desperate, and then she goes, and then he's turned away. So I wonder if not, next to whether the discomfort, so to speak, because this is a very unsafe situation, this man is unstable, but that you as an actress worked with it, and to me it seemed that it even informs us about your character and the reasons of why a kiss means so much. Because he kisses you as if he's drowning, and just the second before he had completely let you go, as if you don't exist.
Right.
Which might be part of the scene, which could be part of the scene.
I talk about rudeness, and it offends me. Yeah. Of course, Masha's fairly rude herself. So, I mean, it's sort of an interesting dichotomy. But I think that he was, suddenly he's yelling, and I think rudeness offends me. That was an interesting discovery. And it's sure it could easily inform, but
Right, but it's basically an exercise for him, but the other person can certainly discover something. Challenging.
The question that we kind of worked with was this, what is preventing the people to do what they say is their wish?
Right.
And we have developed a little way to explore this question by somehow externalizing processes that ultimately might take place in our mind. I shouldn't do this, that's really stupid. Who am I talking to? Who is talking? And we have just kind of done a little, let's have a few people in our mind, so to speak, or in our psyche, which then could be our imagination, which might be what in fact we're doing in life all the time. Talking to someone who might not even be alive anymore. But we keep that person in us.
Rudeness offends me. It upsets me. I suffer when I'm with people who lack sensitivity, gentility, refinement. When I'm in the presence of my husband's colleagues, the faculty, I am in agony.
That he's fed up with his children, fed up with his horses, fed up with his estate. A Russian prides himself on nobility of mind, loftiness of thought. He seeks the higher ground. So why is it then in real life he sinks so low? Why?
Why?
Why is he fed up with his children? Why is he fed up with his wife? And why are his wife and children fed up with him?
Don't say it anymore. I beg you. No, go ahead, say it. I don't care. Say it. Talk about something else. They're coming.
Chekhov's left this legacy, but we can all get together in this room and create a new exercise, even this ghost exercise, which Chekhov didn't create, but I don't know, it's still living in some way, and it's not something so precious. It's something that's, that we hold dear, but it's not impenetrable, it's not impossible. We can add to it more, and that is really freeing to me.
So let me make sure I understand, John. He's a towering ghost. He's a giant with gnarled, sort of pointed yellow teeth. Okay? He's piercing eyes that are like razor blades that sort of won't back down. And he hates anything soft. He hates poetry. He hates love. He hates music. And he wants you to be the man that you can be, a man of action. Tough. He's gruff, no nonsense, and is going to make you be a man rather than what you feel you might become, which is a wuss. Am I right?
That's right.
Is there anything else that this guy has to do to you?
Remember, he
smashes. That's right. He smashes. He crushes.
And he will stand between me and anything that's soft.
He stands between anything that is soft and you and will not permit it.
That's right.
He will not back down.
That's right.
He will not let you back down.
What does he value?
He values guts. He wants your will, and he wants you to work at it.
That's right.
He wants you to earn things, and he wants you to do it the right way, though.
Right.
No namby-pamby stuff. Like a man.
Right.
Okay, tough.
Right.
Not gonna back down.
Not gonna back down.
Not gonna let anyone tell you what to do.
I'm
Except me. No, you're not a man.
I'm a man.
You're not a man yet.
Yes, I am.
You're not a man yet. Say it. Say the wuss thing you're thinking about.
It's not a wuss thing.
Say it.
Thinking about arena. I'm thinking about arena.
Well, what are you gonna do about that? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it?
I'm gonna talk to her.
How are you gonna talk to her?
I'm gonna tell her I love her.
And then?
And then she'll love me. Oh, because I'm a man. Because I'm a man.
Well, then do it the way a man does it. Don't go in there and beg. Don't go in there and beg. Don't beg.
I will not beg.
Then how are you gonna do it? How are you gonna tell her?
I'm going to enchant her with words.
Oh my God! Don't enchant her.
I'm going to enchant her
You
with
command
words.
her. You command her. You're the man.
No.
You are the man.
Yes.
Well, then do it.
I'm going to tell her I love her.
Go on.
There's no one here. Where is everybody?
We all went home.
Then you're alone then?
Yes, I'm alone.
Do it.
Good night. Good night.
You understand the truth in things. You stand apart from the others. You're pure.
I love you. Please.
I can't live without you.
Stop.
Oh, such a joy just to look at you. Your magnificent, glorious, marvelous eyes. Eyes like no other woman's I've ever seen.
Go away.
I've never spoken to you about my love before. It makes me feel as if I were on a different planet.
Go away.
Never mind. Can't force you to love me, obviously. But I'll have no rivals. Successful rivals. I swear to you by everything that I hold sacred, if there's anyone else, I will kill him. Oh. How wonderful you are.
There was this moment where you put your hand on the back of his neck and then one on his stomach. And I thought, he's so bound. This is how he's become so bound. And Irina is this one
perfect light outside this mass of tension. And it really made me feel for Sloan in a way that nobody feels for him in the play, and how he's, it's not always, it's a very difficult character.
Yeah.
It really moved me very much.
It's a difficult character to make real somehow. And this kind of makes a lot of sense in terms of how he got that way.
Yeah.
There was no softness about it. It was just that pure, practical, get things done, be a man, and work kind of value system that Sloan is a part of, that he embraces, really. Because I think it's really what, that's the what he views the world through that set of values.
Right. Well, there is something that makes him behave the way he does, which is very extreme. He's always uncomfortable in his body.
Right.
And so it's an interesting process to sort of explore what that might be.
In my opinion, with everything in this technique, that there are all these different aspects from which to explore really the scope of life. And let us remember what we remember. And all it might be in a scene where the ghost isn't even there is that you wipe your mouth. Or that Sloan, all he keeps is something here that every now and then he feels. But we don't know. These are like choices, but they might happen if a rehearsal process can be that rich, that you explore it from image, from gesture, or even externalizing certain occurrences, like we did in this exercise, sensations, atmospheres, that all of this is really bodies, centers. We are creating almost a universe, an environment, which is then so familiar to us that we can live in it. We create, as it were, our own symphony, really. But nobody but us can play it, and nobody but us can hear it.
But we feel it.
I know from this experience here over the last 3 days, I found a tremendous amount about the character I've been working on. Things I would have never found in any kind of analytical way. And if someone says, what's your character like? And you just start to talk about them, your body begins to express some part of that character in the way that you describe it, which starts to lead in towards that core of what this person's really about, and it finds its way into that archetypal psychological gesture. And so all of those tools, all these different tools can be useful as a direct application to finding of character, finding of obstacle, qualities of movement, and transforming the body, finding how the body, where that origin of movement's from. So they're marvelous tools.
If you really think about it, we had no time where we sat around and read the script together. We had no time when we had any in-depth discussions about our characters, except little side talks with each other. We really didn't rehearse any of these scenes. And when we would just focus on one facet of the technique, if you will, scene comes, character comes, relationship comes. We didn't struggle to get to those things. Those were just sort of given to us because of this work. And in a couple of days, we've covered the distance of perhaps weeks of rehearsal.
So often, actors always, and myself included, I say, we asked to go to a director, why? Why should I do that? And I love the Chekhov idea of, why not?
Or
why not?
How do you do it?
How do you do it?
Wait, can you say that again? I didn't hear.
Well, that we always ask, but why? We're always like, but part of the joy that Chekhov talks about that has to be in the work is, why not?
Why not?
Why not put a marshmallow on your head, for God's sakes? You're an actor. Figure it out. Use an image. Why not? Why? So we're always justifying every little thing, and sometimes you just need to let your imagination kick in.
I've also studied Meisner, and I think that maybe some people have here too. And I will often use that for some things to remember to go to the other person. But then this, if I have a character that I don't pick up immediately and go, "Ooh, I know who this person is," then I think, well, okay, let's go through. Is it a thinker, a feeler, or a doer? And I can start there.
There's so many choices that you have after all of these exercises that we do.
And
You
your
know,
body knows it.
your body knows it, but I can go into a rehearsal and I can be, in a way, independent, not exclusive, but I can really stand on my own feet, and I can listen to a director's suggestion or take in from another actor, but I have a real wealth of stuff that comes from my creative imagination, creative experience.
You just have to remind yourself that you have the ability to be anything, which is why this technique opens you up so much, because it works with your imagination in a way that you allow yourself to be surprised by yourself. And you can approach a role with maybe even having an idea of what that role is. And through working with this technique, it can turn into something completely different, something that you never even imagined when you stepped into it.
And so much we're taught what our limitations are, what our type is, what we can do, what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't go that far with it. You know, that's too much. You know, it doesn't. You know, but you. I mean, even in the ghost exercise, you allowed a giant to haunt you, and you know, you can be anything that you want to be in this technique. You can be giants, ogres. You can be women. You can put a scarf over your head and be anything you want to be.
That's the thing, though, that Chekhov was an actor. I mean, he gave this to us as an actor would. It's not a director's idea or a concept or something to try. It's a way. There are all these possibilities that we can actually do, and that's how I feel the difference from other things that I've learned in terms of reading articles or reading ideas or reading things from directors or playwrights or whatever. This was actually crafted by an artist who's an actor who did what I'm trying to do on a stage. And so there's a huge understanding in what he presents, even in some of the simplest exercises. There's a world, and there's a whole language that he's given us that we can interpret from what directors tell us to do or ask us to do.
I mean, one of the things that I was thinking about is in directing, that I think this is a great technique for directors to learn, because it gives you a line into actors and how they think, even if they haven't had this technique. Actors respond to this. The director's medium is not sitting around the table and talking. Eventually that person has to get a production or a television series or a film complete, and that requires movement, action. It seems to me that that's one of the ways that you can begin to apply this technique.
It's really about giving, you know. It's really about taking all of this within you and giving to the other actors on stage. They will respond to that, and the audience will respond to that, and they will be drawn in and open up to what you're giving, because that's just human nature. That's the reason we do this.
The essence of our profession is to give, constantly to give. What do we give? First of all, we give our body, our voice, our emotions, feelings, will, imagination, everything. We give to our character. Then, what else? The whole and complete result of this giving, meaning rehearsing and acting when the character is ready, we give it to our spectator.
You ready? I saw a little girl, young Natasha.
In describing it, describe it as if the other would be able to, as if you were describing to the
Just make your ears fall off. Just see what happens. Let your ears keep falling off. Right? They don't get very far away, obviously, just like the heart. But let it lead you into something.
What?
No ears? It happens in your imagination.
Now, to really get this sensation of fullness of the body, wholeness of the body, and you don't have that long to do it, what would you do, Jessica? Just make up something, even if it's not the truth.
If I would call you on the phone and I would ask you what to do.
Well, you would move. That'd be the first thing you would do, right? Yeah.
But you just said I couldn't stretch.
Yeah, get the camera off of her. Anne, what would you do? Hey, you can call Jessica because you know she just called me, right? Okay, well, I don't know either. I mean, it's not like I have the answer.
Let's go to the genitals. They're going up.
Yeah! They're going up! Oh, yeah, baby! They're going up! They're going!
And now they go fall.
Whoa. Hey! They're up!
No, Mel, they're full now. Let's go.
Please let them come up again. This is the class on watch an hour of what's gonna happen.
And nothing ever does.
Nothing happened. And you know what we call it? Atmosphere. You don't see it? Buy another tape.
Maybe something will happen in the next tape.
Exactly.
That's the way we keep
Stay tuned.
That's the way we keep them hooked.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, we can actually, this can be